like a lot of you, I've probably been on the fence quite a bit, not sure which side of the still to take. Until just a few days ago, I'd honestly never heard of Sheriff Richard Mack. We would like a round of applause for Richard Mack though tonight. We'd like to thank him for coming here. You came all the way from Arizona today, I understand. Is that correct, Richard? He's got a book here, County Sheriff, America's Last Hope. I've not read it. I've read a little bit of his info on the website. Like I just told Richard here in the back, I'm not here tonight to do anything that's harmful to our community. I told Steve Grassley that a few days ago when we talked about having a freedom ride. It was never intended to be anything to do anything decisive or to make friends and neighbors hate one another or do anything that would continue to tear this community apart. Like I told Judge Grassley when he wanted to visit with me about doing that, I said I've not ever heard any of Sheriff Mack's presentations. I've not read any of his literature. I don't think it would hurt anyone to listen. We still live in America and we still have the right to free speech and to assemble and be heard. I know this issue has overflowed into counties surrounding us too, and there's a lot of rhetoric out there on either side of the aisle. And some of it's true, some of it's not. I guess it's my hope and prayer tonight that we'll all come away better educated on things that we can stand behind. I feel like Sheriff Mack is a man of action. He's proven that through some of the stands he's taken against the federal government that were good for America. And so with that, Sheriff Mack, I'm going to turn the time over to you. He'd like an opening prayer. Dear Father in heaven, we bow our heads at this time, and we thank Thee for the opportunity to be here tonight. We're grateful for the sacrifices of our forefathers who made this possible for us to come here and to learn. We're grateful for a knowledge that in the end that right will prevail over wrong, and that as Americans we have the right to get active politically, to get educated in a way that when we go to the ballot box in a legal way that has been handed down from the time of the early forefathers of the Revolution and the formers of the Constitution. We're grateful for that opportunity to do so here tonight. We pray that Thy Spirit might be with us and that all those here will be edified and will go home better prepared to go forward in making this a better place here in Harney County. We pray that we'll have a better understanding of our rights and the things that we can do legally. We pray that we'll all have a gift of discernment to make good choices and to do things that are good for all people in this county. We realize that we've all been born with the right to choose, and that we acknowledge that we do not take that right from anyone, whether they agree with us or not. We pray that this understanding might prevail here tonight. Do so in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Sheriff Mack, I'll turn the time over to you once again. A round of applause for Sheriff Mack. Thank you for coming over here.
echo that and tell you it's a really humbling experience to be here with you. I don't know if you know this outside of Burns, but you've been thrust into the international limelight. So maybe we owe you an apology for that. Maybe we owe the Hammond an apology for that. I came here, what was it, January 2nd? I was here. I came here to bring attention to the injustice happening to some of your neighbors. And I'm going to tell you that in my 20 years of law enforcement and most of my adult life in battling for freedom, I can just simply tell you one thing, that Dwight and Steve Hammond should not be in prison.
That's right. You.
And Susie should not be without her son and husband. And that's an absolute outrage and an injustice. And tonight, I'm going to ask this several times, so I might as well start with this. I want every public official in the state of Oregon and in this county, please answer me one little question. When an injustice occurs in your area, especially in your neighborhood and your community, who has the legal, lawful, constitutional, and moral responsibility to stop it?
The sheriff.
Please tell them. I want all of you to ask them that question, because I don't think anybody's answered that question yet. I want to know, in the United States of America and in Harney County, when an injustice occurs, who has the duty and responsibility to stop it?
The sheriff.
The sheriff.
And in my book, I asked the question, the book that the good brother just had here in his hand. On the very first page, I quote Thomas Jefferson. He said, when all government shall be drawn to Washington as the center of all power, it will render powerless the checks provided and become as venal and oppressive as the government from which we separated. I ask, and I'll ask this again, when government becomes venal and oppressive, to whom can the people turn for peace, safety, protection, and liberty?
The sheriff.
And why can't that happen? And why aren't we doing it? And I'm going to tell you, somebody else said this, probably as well as I have ever. And I was on his show about a year and a half ago, 2 years maybe, Lou Dobbs. And I don't know if any of you saw his show, but it's on YouTube if you want to go back and look at it. And he was really railing about the injustice that had happened right here. And he was railing, not on the federal government. He said, I blame every elected official in the state of Oregon, starting with the governor.
Yeah.
Amen, that's right.
I haven't heard her say anything to the federal government about leaving honest, law-abiding citizens alone in this state. Nor did I hear anybody say it from this county. Leave law-abiding citizens alone. Do you know what it's called when government leaves you alone? It's called liberty. That's how you define liberty, by how much government stays out of your life. And I was, you know what, I told some people back here, and I've talked about it with the people who came with me. There's some people who came and met me in Arizona from Texas, who were traveling with me and helping me with this association, with this CSPOA. And I'm going to tell you right now, I want you to make that a household name, and it's because of one thing and one thing only. It has nothing to do with me. It has everything to do with, and let me sidetrack this just a little bit. This morning, before I left for the airport, a Reverend Thomas came to see me for an early breakfast meeting at the airport, at the Sky Harbor Airport in Phoenix. So that's how my day started, a meeting with this reverend who came and he said, do you know that your CSPOA is the only peaceful and effective solution we have left in America? And I said, I know, because when people start looking for the truth of what we have left, as far as solutions and alternatives, this is the only one. And this is because we take back America, not in Washington, D.C., and not this farce of an election that's going on right now. And you know what this election is to me? Entertainment. That's it. Do you really think that voting for another Democrat or Republican in Washington, D.C. is going to change a damn thing there?
No.
It's not going to. Ted Cruz, if he gets elected, is not going to abolish the IRS. He's not. Okay? And I know Ted Cruz. I would consider him a friend. He's not going to do it. And anything that has anything to do with restoring liberty in this country is not going to happen in Washington, D.C. It's too bought and paid for, it's too corrupt, and it's too Washington, D.C. And they're not going to stop being Washington, D.C. So where do we have a solution? We take back America, my dear friends, county by county and state by state, one sheriff and one county at a time.
Amen.
And we do it. Okay? Now, let's see, where did everybody go? I came here with my son too. Jimmy, where are you? Oh, there he is. Okay. I want to make sure my bodyguard stays close by. But I've got emails and I can show, and text. I can show you my text, but I don't want to have anybody make fun of me because I still have a flip phone. But I could show you that. Yeah, somebody else is smart like I am, or just old like I am. But I got several texts from friends and others warning me not to come here. And that just made me want to come home.
Thank you.
You're more than welcome. And I'll tell you what, I had such a great time when we were here at that wonderful, beautiful rally. And what did the press just want to call that? A bunch of anti-government, right-wing extremist fanatics are marching from the Safeway parking lot up by the sheriff's office and up to the Hammond's home, where we laid roses and sang Amazing Grace.
Amen.
Boy, that's radical for you, isn't it? Boy, we gave the press a real letdown, didn't we?
Yep.
Holding our flags, and I was up towards the front. When I looked back down towards Safeway, and I was up about a block and a half, and I saw so many of you carrying those flags, and that was absolutely the most beautiful picture. And thank you for being here that day. And then that day, some people went to the Malheur Wildlife Refuge and occupied it. And I think enough has been said about that, but let me just reiterate something. I've said this and I'll say it again. Ammon Bundy is a friend of mine. He is a good man. He is not a nut. But I disagree totally with that tactic. I don't believe it was a good idea. I told him then. He asked me to come out there, and I refused. And I did not support the tactic. I understand the frustration, totally, totally. And we should have been putting all our energy into doing something to help the Hammonds. And yes, the rest of the ranchers in this country, because there's no question about it. The federal government is shutting you down. They are. And you can look at the numbers, and the numbers don't lie. And this is not my opinion. Let's go back 2 years, shall we? Or 22 months. Can we go back 22 months to Bunkerville, Nevada, where some of this, I guess, got started? Do you know how many ranchers there were in Clark County, Nevada? There were 53. Do you know that there was only one left now? The nut, the right-wing extremist, the anti-government guy. He saved his ranch. The others did not. And all were put out of business by our own federal government. One, the Dan sisters. I know them too. They're Native American. They don't care. The federal government doesn't care. And guess what? They're going after the Lakota Sioux land in South Dakota and Nebraska too. I went there and stood with the Lakota Sioux. Loved them. Great people. The federal government does not care what race you are or who you are. They're taking the land. They want the land. And if the Oregon State Sheriff's Association wanted to investigate something, investigate this for me. How many ranchers have they already put out of business in Oregon? Do you know how many farmers they put out of business? Do you know how many farmers in the San Joaquin Valley they've put out of business in California, where we get 50% of our fruits, vegetables, and nuts? Do you know how many farmers they put out of business in Klamath Falls Basin? When they turned off the water there, I was there. What was that, 9, 10, 12 years ago? It's the Bush administration did that one. Do you know the difference between the Obama and Bush administration? Obama spends more. That's all. Obama spends more. That's it. It's the same thing. Take the land, suppress, oppress, and attack. You know, I've been to Washington, D.C. a few times. And I love Washington, D.C. Hate the politicians and hate the government, but I love Washington, D.C. And I walked into the Jefferson Memorial. Man, he was a radical right-wing extremist, wasn't he? Have you read the wall in that building? I read the wall. I guess you're not supposed to read the stuff there. You're certainly not supposed to quote it. And you're not supposed to read the Constitution in this country today. And you're certainly not supposed to quote it. Because the media will nail you big time. Oh, you're an anti-government extremist. All you have to do is quote the Founding Fathers and quote the Constitution, and you're going to get that label. And then, if that doesn't stick, they'll start telling everybody that you're a racist. Wow. And I just got back from Houston last weekend, supporting a candidate there, running in Houston for sheriff. And he's running completely and entirely on a constitutional platform that he, in the third largest sheriff's office in the United States of America, will be a constitutional sheriff, and he will enforce the Constitution. And he's not going to allow the IRS and other federal agencies to come in and victimize his citizens. Wow, what a novel idea. And Sheriff Arpaio from Phoenix and I were both there campaigning with him. And don't cheer for Joe, he didn't come. And Joe and I were there with him, and we took several pictures just to prove to people, because Carl Pittman, who's that candidate, is a black American. And yet they've tried to tell the people that Joe and I are both racist. And you know who questioned that the most? Carl Pittman. And he's a good man, he's a Republican, and I don't care what party they are, I really don't. Because my other favorite sheriff in America is Sheriff David A. Clark Jr. from Milwaukee, the only black sheriff in all of Wisconsin. And he's my brother. He's a little bit dark complected more than I am, but he can probably beat me in basketball too. But he's a great man. And we don't care what party people are. We don't care what color they are. We don't care. But we care if you support and defend the Constitution. We care if you support and defend and keep your oath of office. Isn't it a little bit of a matter of integrity that when you take your job, before you can take your job, you have to swear an oath of allegiance to the Constitution? Not to the President, not to the Supreme Court, not to the county commissioners, but in God's name, you swear an oath of allegiance to the Constitution itself. What does that presuppose? That you might read it.
Yeah.
That you might know what you're swearing to. And that makes every police officer, peace officer, every public official, every sheriff, a guard of the Constitution. That's what we are. And that all three branches of government, separate as they might be, have the same purpose. And that is to protect and defend liberty. In fact, you want to know what the Declaration of Independence says? Is the purpose of all government? Of all government secure these rights, governments are instituted among men. That almost said there. Where our rights come from. And it does not come from Washington, D.C., and it does not come from the president, and it didn't even come from the forefathers of this great country. Our rights come from, let's see, what did they say? Endowed by our Creator. And if we break our word to you to protect your Creator endowed rights, we're breaking our word to Almighty God. We have lied. We've taken an oath that we made a joke of. And the founders thought we will have everybody in all three branches swear that oath so that we will perpetuate the continuance of our sacred Constitution. And we fought 4 wars to stop communism, and now we embrace it in our country today. These things were never meant to be, my friends. Never meant to be.
That's right.
Just as much as I'm standing here in front of you, this was never meant to be. And we've got to take America back. And I want to reiterate something again. The CSPOA and my life are dedicated to a peaceful and effective return to our Constitution. Now, when I left my home this morning, I knelt down in prayer with my wife and my son, and I asked that this meeting tonight would be the beginning of America coming together. And those of you who are FBI agents in the room, I mean this to you, and to any peace officer or public official, same thing. It is time for you who work in all levels of government to come together with us, with the people of this country, and help us return America to its constitutional foundation. That's all I have. My dear friends, that's why I came here. That is why I came here. The threats notwithstanding, that is why I came here. And I believe so much in you as a community, and I'm hoping that some way, somehow, I can bring some peace to you, and that I can give you some direction that we can go. Now, I kind of admit this right up front. I've done some crazy things. All right? Suing the federal government when I was sheriff in a small town in southern Arizona was absolutely crazy. Ask my wife. She'll tell you. Even though she was the one who made the final decision for this to go. To this day, I still said, you must have been having a weird day that you actually said for me to go ahead and do this. And she did. And that was a miracle. And we look back at that. That happened in that would have been like January of 1994. Because this was pursuant to the Brady Bill. And the Brady Bill was the first time in American history where Congress passed a law signed by the president, Bill Clinton at the time, signed by the president that proposed a gun control scheme known as the Brady Bill that forced and threatened to arrest sheriffs in this country. I'm not making this up. You can go look up the case yourself. Cornell University Law School did a great review of it. Look it up for yourself. I've got copies of it here. There's no way I can lie about this. This happened in court. I was there. And they actually threatened to arrest us if we failed to comply. All the sheriffs in the country. You either do this because we told you to, or you're going to jail. And I'm going to show you this. Now, just so you know, what you see behind you, I'm going to show you the evidence. Not just of that, but of this whole thing that I'm talking about. Many of you want to know, is this really true that I've written in books, that I've spent my life doing? Is the sheriff the #1 law enforcement authority in your county?
Yes.
In this country?
Yes.
Okay? Some still doubt that, and I'm going to show those doubting Thomases the proof. And I'm a former investigator, former detective. I've investigated murder, I've investigated bike theft, whatever. Shoplifting, rape, any of them, any crime that you've ever imagined, I've investigated. Oh, guess what? I've investigated arson too. Do you know, to be charged with arson, you have to do it on purpose? You have to prove intent? It means that you intentionally burn something to destroy something. That there was criminal intent. Is there any way that was involved with the Hammond situation?
No.
None. And so if there was none of that, there certainly wasn't any intention to commit domestic terrorism. And everybody knows they are not domestic terrorists. And that is a joke. And that's why when Lou Dobbs said, I blame every elected official in Oregon, he was absolutely correct. Because there's not anybody in here that doesn't know that is an absolute outrage and a farce. And let's get serious about that. And I go right back to my question. Who has the responsibility, the moral duty, to interpose and stand in the way when somebody is receiving that kind of ridiculous treatment, this kind of criminal treatment in America today? Now, briefcase. I need my briefcase. Then somebody throw that. Jimmy can get it. Okay. There he is. I've got to show you something there too because, Johnny. Wow. That's what you call service with a smile there. Thank you. Thank you. He really was smiling, too. Now, I don't know if any of you remember this, but we didn't learn a lot about the principles of the Revolutionary War when I went to school. But you know the Battle of Trenton? When George Washington crossed the Delaware, you know, he looked so strong in that picture. And they're running away. They're running from the Redcoats over to Valley Forge because they have no way of fighting anymore. If they weren't suffering from dysentery, they were suffering from desertion. And this was no picnic. And some of the men, one captain said, some of the men were naked in every sense of the word. Some had taken the last little pieces of clothes and tied them around their feet because they had no boots. And when they went back to Trenton, it was called blood tracks in the snow. And literally some of them left tracks of blood in the snow. Now, how did they get so motivated to go back? They were running, they go in and seeking refuge at Valley Forge, and some of the wives came there to try to help them eat something besides fire cakes. You know what that is? Wheat boiled in water. Wheat flour or just white flour boiled in water, and they eat it. Nothing caked about it, unless they let it dry, and then they eat that. That's all they had. Any wonder that they had dysentery, right? So, how do you get a starving, beaten, unequipped, your backs to the wall, completely starving army to go back across the Delaware, march 20 miles in the worst blizzard ever, in the snow and ice, to attack? What did Washington teach us? The power of inspiration and the power of leadership. And what do you do when you're cornered? You attack. What an absolutely astonishing leader we had in that man. But do you know what he used to motivate his man? He used Thomas Paine. And he read them the American Crisis, and he passed this out to all the soldiers, and they were required to read it. And it got to it. You remember the part? You've heard this part. These are times that try men's souls. The summer soldier and sunshine patriot will, of course, shy away from the battle. And then he went on and he said, he talked about how the federal government, King George III, we have come full circle, haven't we? He said they passed not just crazy taxation, but a law called the Declaratory Act that allowed the Parliament and King to legislate anything they wanted, anything against the colonists. They could control their lives. They could put Hessians and redcoats in their homes at any time. The Hessians could literally knock on your door and say, we live here now. Or the redcoats, just come in, we live here now. Where's the master bedroom? That's where we're staying. And they did that. And that's why we have the Third Amendment today. That's the founding fathers saying you don't get to do that ever again, though. And how did the whole war start? The war started because they came here, the redcoats came to Lexington and Concord to take away the guns of the colonists. So they wouldn't have a way to defend themselves against liberty. Against tyranny. The same thing Thomas Jefferson said in that wonderful memorial where he said, defiance of tyranny is obedience to God. You're not supposed to read that stuff. Go to Washington, D.C., but don't read the stuff on the walls. Because you'll be a radical if you do. And then, get this. Oh, and by the way, the Declaratory Act would be similar to the Affordable Care Act, which proves they can legislate anything against us anytime they want. Okay? And then he says, but I should suffer the misery of devils were I to make a whore of my soul by swearing allegiance to one whose character is that of sottish, stupid, stubborn, worthless, brutish man. Boy, he didn't like King George III, did he? And then he says, but we punish on the one hand, and on the same, let it go. And that's the part I want to talk about just real quickly. You know that when I was sheriff, do you know how many times the BLM and the Forest Service did a controlled burning that got out of control?
Every time.
Just about every time. And in our county, my county, where I was sheriff, was Graham County, like Graham Cracker. Mount Graham was in that county. It was the only place we could escape the 110 and 115 summer temperatures. It's a beautiful mountain. I grew up there in doing Boy Scout stuff all my life. And had lakes and streams and pine trees and hunting and fishing, just beautiful there. And it was cool up there, 10,500 feet at the top. And so here they go, another controlled burning. Wind picks up, they burn half the side of the mountain down. And you know what? They didn't charge anybody with arson. Nobody gets fined. Just like Thomas Paine says, they punish on the one and let the other one go. And government should have to answer to a higher standard, not a lower one.
That's right.
And they never get in any trouble for it. And then I've talked to sheriffs in Florida. It's happened the same thing there. I've seen it in northern Arizona. I've seen it in Utah. I've seen it in California. I've seen it in Oregon. I've seen it in Colorado. Nobody gets punished. Nobody's in prison from the BLM for ever doing that. Nobody ever got charged with anything or even fined or fired. Nobody even gets disciplined. And so I always, when I go to the airport, they always give me a USA Today newspaper. And I always read the front page. And I always get really tickled by some of this. Because it just totally amazes me. The Secret Service goes down to Latin America. And the prostitutes call the police on them because they didn't pay the agreed amount. And so the Secret Service gets in trouble by the local police. You have to pay our prostitutes what they charge. What's the matter with you gringos? Don't come down here anymore if you're not going to pay what they charge. So that made the papers. And then, not to be outdone, The DEA goes down and does the same thing, except just a little bit better. Now I'm going to show you this. Front page, USA Today. Let me give you the date, March 27, 2015. Right here, front page. Anybody's camera needs to get that? It's this one right here. U.S. drug agents engaged in sex parties. Yeah. And then I read, I said, this has got to be funny. Front page, USA Today. Okay? This isn't the New American. This isn't John Birch Society. Okay? USA Today. And then you read in here and you go, for years, Drug Enforcement Administration agents posted in Colombia engaged in sex parties involving prostitutes who were supplied by the local cartels.
Imagine that.
By the local cartels. Do you know how illegal that is?
I got it.
The very groups that they're supposed to be fighting and combating are so friendly with them that they pay for their prostitutes. Can I ask you something else? Can you guess how many were prosecuted? Can you guess how many were disciplined? Can you guess how many resigned? One. The new female director of the DEA decided that she better do the right thing and quit. Why? She didn't do it. She had nothing to do with it. She wasn't even there. My dear friends, and yet we have two law-abiding citizens sitting in jail as domestic terrorists. Absolutely astonishing. This is the government that local officials trust to come in here and enforce land management? They can't even balance their budget. They can't even take care of the simplest things in Washington, D.C. And we're going to trust them to run Oregon? And have you wondered why they own all our land? Is it okay? Is it constitutional for them to own 90% of Nevada?
No.
70% of Arizona.
No.
In my county, probably the worst one ever, anywhere, 95%. Do you want to know why we just couldn't quite make it financially in that county? We had no tax base. 5% of the land belonged to us, the rest to the federal government. I admit part of that was an Apache reservation, but it's a very, very small part. They didn't like it either. And so now we have all the scandals from Black Panthers stopping people from voting by threatening to kill them. And that's on videotape. And our president, who said this recently, that he wants to make it easier for people to vote, he and Eric Holder refused to prosecute the people who were guilty of that crime in stopping people from voting at all. Is there anything worse that's ever happened in voting history than to threaten to kill people who are going in to vote? They're not going to stop that. And then they run guns down to Mexico with the Fast and Furious project. Do you know how many people went to jail for that? Murders. At least 400 murders committed with those guns. That our government ran down to Mexico. And for what kind of stupidity was that? Anybody prosecuted? No, the whole thing stopped because Barack Obama said, I declare executive privilege on this.
There was one.
And it all stopped.
One guy that was prosecuted, he was the drug cartel.
Yeah, I mean, what? Yeah. And he was probably one of the guys that provided the prostitutes for him. Yeah. And we could go on and on and on with these things, but how about all the scandals involving the IRS? And Lois Lerner gets up and screams, I did nothing wrong. I've committed no crime. And I plead the fifth. Goodbye, I'm retired. I'm going to try that. If I ever get audited, I'm going to quote her. I've done nothing wrong. I've committed no crime. Goodbye. I'm going to Hawaii. No, leave me alone. And this is the type of crimes committed every day by our government. And what do?
More.
They do more. And they go after people like Dwight and Steve. Astonishing. And then we have people who go, well, I just don't have the authority to keep the peace. What? Let's get involved in what we promised to do when we took our jobs. I blame everybody in this state who swore that oath to protect and preserve the U.S. Constitution. Everybody. Okay? Starting from the dog catcher all the way down to the governor.
The highest position in the county.
Okay.
Dead, all the way down to the earth.
Okay, I love this quote. I just swallowed it. There are two types of laws, just and unjust. And why do I quote this? Because they believe in this. Totally. They believe this guy. So do I on this one. Terrific quote. He's absolutely correct. Why would anybody enforce or obey an unjust, stupid law? In fact, Edmund Burke, a legislator and statesman from England, said the enforcement of stupid laws is the essence of tyranny. Boy, do we have a lot of essence of tyranny today, huh? The enforcement of stupid laws. Did you see that recently? We sure have. One has not only a legal but a moral responsibility to obey just laws. Absolutely. Conversely, one has a moral responsibility to disobey unjust laws. And just think how easier that's going to be if your sheriff's standing next to you when you do it. And you have the entire sheriff's office on your side. And I have some legal precedents on that too, where that happens. You know that one of our good sheriffs just recently nullified an arrest of a citizen. This is Sheriff Finch in Liberty County, Florida. And one of his deputies arrested a citizen there for merely having a gun in his pocket. A law-abiding citizen. But he didn't have a concealed carry permit. See the double edge on that? Why do we ask permission from government who's already taken an oath to guarantee us the right to keep and bear arms? What? Did I miss something there? So we have to get a permit to be able to do that? Ask the founding fathers if that was okay, to get a permit. Okay? So he didn't have his permit, so he went to jail. He went to jail. Floyd Perry. Absolutely astonishing. The sheriff came down and said, we don't do that. We don't arrest law-abiding citizens for carrying a gun in his pocket. And the only reason the deputy knew that he had a gun in his pocket because he pulled him out on a traffic stop and shook him down and found it. Otherwise, he would have been fine. Staying in his car, he would have been fine. And so the sheriff nullified that arrest. The deputy went and told the state police and the governor, and they came in and arrested Sheriff Finch and booked him into his own jail. Then he went to trial, and the CSQA was there with him at the trial, and we helped pay for his defense and helped pay for his house payment while he had no job because the governor suspended him from being a sheriff. And now he had no income. How do you defend yourself when you're unemployed? And so we came in and helped him. And we helped with his lawyers. And I went to the trial. And it was an absolute farce, and the jury saw it. It took 45 minutes to put him back in his job.
Good,
Awesome.
good.
And that's American freedom. Sheriff Brad Rogers in Elkhart County, Indiana. The FDA comes in and starts harassing one of the Amish farmers there. Now, you know, if you let those Amish get going, man, they're just going to... crime will go across this country like crazy. And so you got to appreciate the FDA going after the Amish. And so, and you know, when the FDA comes to an Amish farmer and they say, we want to come in and check your farm, you know what the Amish are going to say. Come ahead. They're very passive, very submissive. So he does that. So this Mr. Hosteller did it 5 times. And they do it again, and they keep coming. He passed everything. They even took his milk and cheese and butter to have it examined at a lab. He passed everything. They kept coming back. They sent him to a grand jury in Detroit. Now he calls the sheriff. He says, I don't know how I would get to Detroit. I live in Indiana. And my horse and buggy just, they need new tires. They're not going to make it. And so Sheriff Rogers, who's had our CSPOA training, is one of the top sheriffs in America as far as being constitutional. And
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah is right. And he told the FDA that if you come back in my county without three things, probable cause, due process, and duly signed warrants, I will arrest you for trespassing. True story. Not good. Because now, Sheriff Rogers calls me and he says, hey, Sheriff Mack, got a little problem here. I'm not too worried about it, but the FDA just threatened to arrest me for felony interference, obstruction of justice. He says, it's a felony. I said, yeah, I know. And I said, so how can I help you? And he goes, help me write a letter to him. And I said, great, let's do it. So we wrote a letter. Any of you want that letter, email me at sheriffmack@hotmail and I'll send it back to you. Okay? It's a doozy. So we write this letter back to the FDA, telling them why they can't arrest him for anything. And 3 days later, Mr. Hostetler gets a letter, a certified letter from the FDA saying that everything had been dropped. So, and they haven't been back in 3 years. And so this is a sheriff taking a strong stand, trying to protect. What does he do? I am going to protect my citizens from all enemies, both foreign and domestic. And he does. And he says, I would have done it even if they had arrested me, and I would go back and do it again. Because they're not going to do that in my county, and they're not going to abuse the citizens, they're not going to destroy people and families who are law-abiding citizens. And yet, these Amish that think that they can put cows on their grassland and eat grass and bring them in and milk it, and then share the cheese and milk with people without pasteurizing it. If you let that go, I mean, you'll have crime everywhere. We got it. So it's astonishing how much they get away with, but it's also astonishing how stupid it is. And we keep allowing it. And so how do we take America back? Sheriff by sheriff, county by county, state by state, just like Sheriff Rogers showed us. And there's been plenty of other incidences where this has happened. Now here's the oath of office. Everybody swears this oath. It's similar, it changes a little bit for military, but right there at the bottom, look at it. We'll bear true faith and allegiance to the same, so help me God. To the Constitution itself, and to the Constitution of this state. And I'll bet you that the Oregon State Constitution does not allow for gun control, does it? You want me to tell you the truth about gun control? Can I give you just a real quick synopsis? Gun control in the United States of America is against the law. Did you hear that? Against the law. Period. And this is showing who's all supposed to take the oath of office. Every public official who's part of all the three branches of government. All three branches of government, what is it? Legislative, executive, and judicial. All three branches are required to follow the Constitution. If they do not, does that bestow or put any responsibility on anyone in your county or anyone in Oregon to go along with it? They violate their oath, they violate the Constitution, and I have some sort of duty to go along? It's just the opposite. It's the Brad Rogers, it's Sheriff Rogers' response. I will put myself in the way. I will stop this. I will say no. And that's peaceful and effective. Okay? Yeah. Remember now, you're looking at the only sheriff in history to file a lawsuit against the federal government for overreach and violating the 10th Amendment. I sued them on the 10th Amendment. As a matter of fact, Clinton, it was his administration that I sued. So you know what that is technically, right? I'm the only person in history to sue Bill Clinton on a non-sexual matter. Okay, and somebody should have already talked to you about this, but it bears repeating. The doctrine of interposition. Look at that word in gold. This is James Madison and Thomas Jefferson talking about the doctrine of interposition. And look what it says. That's right above interpose. Read that sentence. That state's legislature is duty bound to interpose its power to prevent the federal government from victimizing its people. You must have someone in your county and in your state who understands this doctrine and understands that it's their job to put themselves in the way. That's what interpose means. Can I show you real quickly a real brief, quick skit that shows what that means? Man, please. You nodded your head, sorry.
Oh, I did?
Yes, you did, sorry. Okay?
Okay.
Is that your husband? Might as well get him involved too, huh? Okay. Okay, so then, you don't get near this lady, sorry. Sorry. Maybe on Valentine's Day, I'll get out of it. So, okay, so, all right. So this is the maiden in distress, and this is the mean IRS agent, or BLM agent, no matter who they work for. Bureaucracy is bureaucracy is bureaucracy. We are now living under a bureaucratic nightmare in this country. Okay, so he's going after her, and the public official of Oregon, who knows and understands the Constitution and the oath of office, interposes. And it's just like basketball. Okay, defense. He moves, I move. He moves, I move. He moves, I move. Sorry, you will not get to her because I swore an oath to protect her. And I will stay here as long as it takes. You will not abuse her. You will not victimize her, because that says to prevent you from victimizing my people. You're not going to. So you sit down there. Go back to Washington, where you have jurisdiction, and when she recovers, she might be you there. Okay? But you have to promise. Okay? No more victimizing and no more abusing. And seriously, folks, that is interposing. You literally put yourself in the way as long as you are sheriff, as long as you are in that position, as long as you are a judge or county commissioner, or doesn't matter, dog catcher, governor, you interpose on their behalf. And that is why we say there must be some alternative or option for people, or crazy things are going to happen, because out of the frustration, what else do they have to lose?
That's right.
And I'm going to tell you, some of the people that were here in your community were at their rope's end. And I'm sorry that they came here and made you part of it, but they were. And it's easy to understand the frustration, isn't it? I don't support the tactic, but I understand the cause and the frustration. Thank you, sweet dad. And I'm not going to give any strict formula for what the interposer will do each time. Might be different. But you start with saying, no, you will not do that here anymore. Let the IRS know. There's certain things you're not going to do in my county anymore. And there's ways to enforce it. Absolutely. That we have allowed, and that the U.S. Congress and President have allowed the IRS to continue to criminalize and victimize the people in this country in such a ruthless, brutal, Gestapo manner. And that now it's almost accepted as mainstream, that that's just what they do. You know, it's like death and taxes. No. We're taking our country back. We're taking the Constitution back. And it all boils down to some very simple fundamentals of freedom and liberty.
Shut it off.
Now I'm going to get into the case. I told you I'd show you the evidence. I've been showing you the evidence, and I'll show you some more. Okay? From the only time a handful of sheriffs sue the federal government, go to the Supreme Court, and win. Would you like to see some of the principles from that case? I'm going to show you. This was the two, Sheriff Prince from Montana and yours truly. Okay? Now, Judge Roll was my judge in Tucson, Arizona, and he said this. He summarized the case in one sentence. Mack is thus forced to choose between keeping his oath or obeying the law, subjecting himself to possible sanctions. Those sanctions, Roll was absolutely livid about, that the federal government had the audacity and the arrogance to threaten to arrest us if we just failed to comply. What law did we break? We didn't bow down and kiss the hand of the king. And we refused. Can you believe there was only 7? 7. Out of 3,086. 7. Now, the Clio, that's what they call this. That's what they call the sheriffs in this case. Don't you love it when the federal government gets it right? Because you know what Clio stands for? Chief Law Enforcement Officer. And you know what that's referencing? The sheriffs. Even they know who the head chief law enforcement officer is. I don't make this up, folks. I'm just showing you the Supreme Court decision. Okay? Under a separate provision of the Gun Control Act, that's the Gun Control Act, Federal Gun Control Act of 1968, that came about because of the assassinations in the 60s of the president, so on. The Gun Control Act, any person who knowingly violates a section of the Gun Control Act amended by the Brady Bill shall be fined under this title, imprisoned for no more than 1 year or both. That's the threat of arrest. That's there, folks. I didn't make it up. Okay? I'm just showing you the facts. I'm going to go right past that, sorry. Now, Jennifer Long testified before the United States Congress in 1998 that the IRS routinely fabricated evidence against citizens who they knew could not defend themselves financially. And they've been doing that probably for about 50 years. And one person they did it to was my father. And they fabricated all this stuff against my father. Well, my father was a former FBI agent, and he went after them, and he was a better investigator than they were, and he uncovered their subterfuge, found out that he owed them no money, and that they actually owed him $600. Did he get it? No. They went on to some other poor victim. And they have been victimizing America for way too long, and why we have allowed this instead of just simplifying the tax code if they needed any money at all, which they don't. And how do we know that they don't need money? Why? Because they'll just add to the national debt for any reason they want to. So why not leave us alone and just add it to the national debt? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to them if they do that. And you know that our taxes, $1.2 trillion every year in federal income tax, only pay the interest on our national debt. So they don't need to just add it to the national debt. You went from 8 trillion to 19 trillion in just 7, 8 years. Go a little more. Leave us alone. They do not need the money. They take it and they don't care. It doesn't. And have they ever stopped stupid spending and wasteful spending? Not even close. Not even close. Okay. Get this. This is all about state sovereignty here. It is incontestable that the Constitution established a system of dual sovereignty. The federal government does have some sovereignty. They've almost thrown it all away, but they do have some. And where they have it, but it's very small compared to state sovereignty, which is very large. Okay? Although the state surrendered, and that's not the right term, and Scalia, who wrote this decision, corrects this a little bit later. This is not, we didn't surrender anything. Okay? We delegated, just like the 10th Amendment used. The word is delegated. And we only delegated a few powers, discrete and enumerated. And I'll show you how he corrects this. But what's the key point here? It's in bleeding heart red. They, the states, retain a residuary and inviolable sovereignty. My friends, state sovereignty is only inviolable if you have state officials who keep it that way. You don't practice, you're not going to protect sovereignty unless you have a governor and local officials with the courage to do it. Constitution and our liberty are in the hands of the people who we elect. And if they don't do it, we're the only one left. And that's where we don't want to go with this. Because then there's trouble. So we've got to have local officials who know and understand this and have the courage to keep America free. Residual state sovereignty was also implicit, of course. This is in the Mack decision again. You have those little booklets. In the Constitution's conferral upon Congress of not all governmental powers. Then what kind of powers do they have? But only. Then how do we keep it discreet and enumerated? Which implication was rendered express. That means rendered absolute by the 10th Amendment's assertion. Somebody, somewhere in Oregon must assert the 10th Amendment. Who's supposed? To your county attorney and to the state attorney for Oregon. Could I ask you, please, email me, call me, come to this meeting, and I'll debate any attorney about any of this. I don't care who they are. I'll debate anybody about this. I'll gladly stand toe-to-toe with anybody because I've got the facts on my side. Okay? Please tell me who lawfully and constitutionally is to enforce the 10th Amendment. It's every state official, and it's every sovereign citizen. And that's every one of us. No, being a sovereign citizen is not a radical term where you go crazy and the government's going to watch you and keep and put you in prison. Okay? We're sovereign. Okay? The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution or prohibited by our state are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. But that's what we sued on. If you don't have anybody enforcing that, you lose an essential part of liberty and freedom. We have to enforce the 10th Amendment. And I'm going to show you more facts about this right now. The great innovation of this design is that our citizens would have two political capacities, one state and one federal. Now get that in bleeding heart red and yellow. Each protected from incursion by the other. I didn't make that up. That's the United States Supreme Court. June 27, 1997. Who's to protect you from the incursion of the federal government? State. And it's not the geographical boundary, is it? That's not going to do anything. A map is not going to enforce state sovereignty. It's the people that we have that promised us in God's name that that's what they were going to do. Pretty simple process. Takes some courage, but it's pretty simple. As Madison expressed it, the local or municipal authorities form distinct and independent portions of the supremacy. Who does? Who forms part of the supremacy? The local or municipal authorities. There you go. Luke Dobbs was right, wasn't he? That's why he blamed local officials who did nothing. And that's why we had all this problem. Whose fault was it? Then get this. This separation of the two spheres, and the two spheres we're talking about is the state sphere, which is this big, the federal sphere, which is this big, because it has only what? Discrete enumerated powers, as previously stated, and as the Constitution says, is one of the Constitution's structural protections of liberty. Did you catch that part? The 10th Amendment is one of our structural protections of liberty. And thanks for that shout out. Appreciate it. All right, you're welcome. So, it's only, wait, I know it's getting late. Should we just leave? Because we're not talking about anything important here. We're just talking about those structural protections of liberty things. You know, who needs it? Who needs it? You know? I'm telling you right now, I think there's a few people in Oregon who need it. We all do, and we're all going to. And this is not going to be a daily process. It's only going to happen once in a while. with Brad Rogers in Indiana. It's happened once or twice in the last 7 or 8 years. It won't be every day, and if we have hundreds and hundreds of sheriffs and local officials doing this, there's no stopping it. You see the picture? We take back America, county by county, state by state. Okay. Now, get this, he gives us another solution. He gives us another equation for liberty. It's in gold. A healthy balance of power between the states and the federal government will reduce the risk of tyranny and abuse from either front. When you came to this meeting tonight, did you want to know how to reduce tyranny and abuse from the federal government?
Yes.
There it is. A healthy balance of power. Do we have that healthy balance today? No. Of course not. And so how do we take it back? We get governors and state legislators and county commissioners, and heaven forbid your county attorney that would actually stand for liberty. But the one on the front line with boots on the ground is your sheriff. And now it's up to you. You have an election coming up pretty soon. I challenge you, vote for a man with the courage to stand, with at least the courage to try. Okay? And look at this. He's actually quoting Madison. Can you believe it? A United States Supreme Court decision that quotes the Founding Fathers? Unbelievable. And he says, hence, a double security arises to the rights of the people. The different governments will control each other at the same time that they'll be controlled by itself. Any question as whether or not the federal government will control itself? Yeah, okay. So that's where we come in. It's called state sovereignty. It's called Oregon. And why don't we do it? And what has happened over the years that has done this? People say, oh, well, it was the Civil War. It wasn't the Civil War. The northern states didn't surrender their sovereignty because the Union kept it together and the North won. The northern states didn't surrender the 10th Amendment. No, my dear friends, this was a gradual encroachment and stealing of authority by our own federal government. And it's happened worse as the time went on. And now, how do they make sure we stay in line? They bribe us. And they pay so much money to your state. And first, we send the money to them. And they send it back to us in bribes. It's a wonderful system. It's stupid as hell, but it's a wonderful system. Yeah. Oh, I know. Yeah. And so the first governor and state legislature that finally wakes up and sees this and says, oh yeah, we're not sending any more money to Washington. First of all, you don't know what the heck you're doing with it, and you don't balance the budget, and you bribe us with our own money. So we're just going to stop sending it to you. And we'll collect all federal income tax from now on, and we'll send you what you deserve. And from now on, just stay out of here unless we call you. And I guarantee you, folks, we might be a bunch of rednecks and dummies in Arizona, but I guarantee you, we can run our own education and the Grand Canyon without the federal government. Guarantee you. And look, they even go to the very issue that was involved in threatening to arrest sheriffs and say, we're going to commandeer the office of sheriff all over the country. What does he say? The power of the federal government would be augmented immeasurably if it were able to impress into its service, and at no cost to itself, the peace officers of the 50 states. They can't do that. But we go along all the time. Why? They give us those federal grants. And some sheriff's associations actually teach sheriffs how to get more federal grants. We teach them to not take one penny from them. Leave them alone. Don't take their filthy bribes. Because you know what? I used to say, well, these are legalized bribes. There's no such thing as legalized bribes. A bribe is against the law. Is a bribe. Okay.
Right.
Next. The federal government, we have, may not compel the states to enact or administer a federal regulatory program. This is from the United States Supreme Court, my dear friends. They cannot do that. But when they pay us, we'll do it. And in fact, our own governor in Arizona did it. She was completely opposed to Obamacare until the $2 billion bribe to expand Medicare in the state of Arizona. This happened to other states too. And she held a big old rally out in front of the state legislature in Phoenix. And this is how, if you've ever watched Star Wars, this is how liberty dies, with thunderous applause. And that's what she got when she took that bribe. She got thunderous applause. Same thing that happened in Star Wars. And it's astonishing how we copy that. But the Constitution, this is my favorite quote from this decision. This is from the U.S. Supreme Court, folks. Scalia quoted another justice in it. But the Constitution protects us from our own best intentions. It divides power, here we go, among sovereigns and among branches of government, precisely, so that we may resist the temptation to concentrate power in one location as an expedient solution to the crisis of the day. End quote. The crisis of the day. Have you heard that one before? That they fabricate and that we buy on a silver platter. The crisis of the day. Remember Rahm Emanuel? That was his motto. Never let a good crisis go to waste. I don't make any of this stuff up, folks. I'm just the messenger. Now, this is the order of the court. Start in gold. This is the last line. This is it. This is Scalia giving the bottom line order of the court in the Mack Prince case. The federal government may neither issue directives requiring the states to address particular problems, nor command the state's officers or those of their political subdivisions, the counties and cities, to administer or enforce a federal regulatory program. It matters not whether policy making is involved, and no case-by-case weighing of burdens or benefits is necessary. Such commands are fundamentally incompatible with our constitutional system of dual sovereignty. My friends, the only way we maintain dual sovereignty is if we exercise our power as states. We are 50 united states with a small u, 50 United States. And you'll see that in some of the original documentation written by the founders. Again, I didn't make any of this up. We can be free here. We've gone way too far into this socialistic, communistic, all power belonging to the federal government when it was never meant to be that. It was never meant to be. There is no way we can let this keep going. We can rein in the federal government. Do you know that right now, who lawfully determines the breadth and length and extremities of the federal government's power? Only they do. That was never meant to be. There is no way you can let the federal government be the judge of its own power and how far it goes. And the states are required to be a check and balance. And that's how we take it back. Just as he said, a healthy balance of power between the states and the federal government. We'll reduce tyranny. And again, that's not a geographical boundary defending and interposing for her. It's the elected officials that we've put into place here. And so, can I tell you something? Be entertained by the farce known as the presidential election. Go ahead, be entertained. But do you want to get serious about an election? Get serious about who your next sheriff is. Get serious about somebody, when they raise their right arm, that they mean it when they tell you. They will protect your God-given rights or die trying. That he will interpose on your behalf. That he will protect your land from everyone. Another thing that Thomas Paine said there. What difference does it make to me if a highwayman, which means a robber on the street, a highwayman or the government steals all my property? It's gone either way. The highwayman will give you a fighting chance. The government never will. Who would you rather fight, the highwayman or the IRS? Okay, and for anybody to pretend. I'm going to tell you right now, you liars and you fools who try to pretend to the people of this country and in this county that you can gain justice if you just get a good lawyer. What a joke. First of all, good lawyers are so few. And secondly, who can afford that? Do you know how much it costs to go to this Supreme Court case? Thank goodness I didn't pay for it. Or it would have been dead in the water. I was never a member of the NRA. I have been recently. And I'm a member of Gun Owners of America, and that's the one that won't compromise. And I really love Larry Pratt and his attitude and his fighting ability there in Washington to preserve the Second Amendment. But this is the thing. Our rights are only protected by the people who have the courage to do it. And so I called the NRA when I decided to do my lawsuit, when my wife gave me permission. And I called the NRA and I said, hey, this is Sheriff Mack from Arizona. And I don't know if you can help me with this or not, but I want to sue the federal government over the Brady bill. And the next line totally shocked me. I was talking to Richard Gardner, a lawyer for the NRA, and he goes, Sheriff, we've already been preparing the paperwork on this case, and we've been praying that you would call. Wow. And I said, let's go get him. And this was a full-time job, and so I had 2 full-time jobs, suing the federal government and doing my job as sheriff. And we were really busy. And it paid off. But let me tell you right now, if I had to do it over again, and I'm going to tell everybody now pretty much the same thing I've told myself since, I would never do it again. Not that I wouldn't stand and fight. I would. But time for suing is over. Why would you go to court and ask permission to keep your oath of office? You don't need to do that. The time for suing, no more. The time for doing is now. We must be doers of the word. We must be doers in defending our Constitution. There is not time nor money to go to court on these issues. And anybody who tells you, well, I wish I could help you, but doggone it, you know, I just don't have the authority to tell this abusive criminal if I'm not, all of you know, okay, I've got, you just reminded me. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to ask you right now, in all sincerity, I've got to ask you. You raise your hand if you want a sheriff or any other local official. You want a sheriff who will say, well, I just won't protect you from government criminals. If they're after your land, you'll have to get a lawyer. I don't have the authority, and I will not interfere. They have jurisdiction over me, and I will let the federal government come in here and do whatever they want. Raise your hand if you want to vote for that guy.
We've already got him.
The 8-year-old kid will still vote for us. Okay, nobody raise their hand. Okay, you're on your way. You're on your way to taking back your county. Okay, stand for freedom. Put freedom and liberty first. And I really, and usually, yeah. Throw me one of those. Oh wait, no, I got one. I think. Let me see. What we want all of you to do, okay? And I don't know if Neela told any of you, but sometimes it costs to travel here and do these things. And I do, and I've been doing this until just about the last 6 months free. I want each of you to take a card. I want you to examine this, and I want you to consider becoming a member of CSPOA. Everybody can join. Everybody can join. And I know some of you already have my books, but the CSPOA is only as strong as the members we have in it. And we love to have citizens join us. You are a part of this. This is your organization. This is your solution. This is your time. This is all of us getting together and joining the holy cause of liberty. And I'm asking you to join with us in this. Is there anybody here not willing to take the same oath that our founders took to each other at the end of the Declaration of Independence? With the faith in divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. We will never ask for your fortune. We'll only ask you to do what you can. Okay? Do what you can. Keep us going. Take us to the next level. Let's have 300 or 400 members in this room join up with us. I'm asking you, do you want us to keep this rolling? Roll with us. Join us in this holy cause with us. It has been more than a pleasure to be with you. I know the questions could get really crazy tonight, and I hope you don't have too many. I hope I've answered most of them. I hope that I've given you a semblance of hope, and I know we've gone a little bit longer than I said I was going to go. Can we maybe just keep this really short to 3 questions? I'd really like to, and let me tell you right now, I'll warn you right now, I'm going to take 3 questions. They better be good ones and represent the community, I hope, and they have to be questions. Did you hear me? Have to be questions. First one I saw was right.
How can we get Hammond out of jail?
Yes.
How can we get the Hammonds out of jail?
Yes.
I believe that you are now faced with a monumental task of doing that because the door got slammed when they went in. Is there still alternatives? Absolutely. But they should have never gone, and that's when it should have happened, before they went, obviously. So I'm going to tell you right now, I would love to come back and be part of any conversation and me giving suggestions. I gave suggestions before. They went unheeded. And I gave some real viable alternatives that could have kept the Hammonds out. But people in high places would not listen to me. I think there's a couple of alternatives still there, but they're not nearly as strong now that they're behind bars. And I'm going to meet with some people about this tomorrow. But it would have been a lot easier, obviously. Hindsight's 20/20, but it would have been a lot easier before. Is there a way? Yes. Is it much more difficult now? Yes. And I'm telling you right now, I would be willing to come back here at my own expense to help you devise those alternatives. Okay? But we need some public officials here with us. Okay?
Right.
Back.
So this is for the benefit of someone that's running for sheriff, and
You mean Alan Johnson? Go ahead.
when we elect him, I know that, we're so inundated with federal incursion. We're so inundated with federal incursion on so many different facets that we're gonna have a lot of people wanting him to take up their particular issue.
Yeah, that's difficult.
Right, and so how do you suggest we handle that? Do you suggest maybe picking one issue, or?
There's ways to do that, and we'll be doing, he's good now, but yeah, okay. We will be offering training, and we offer training all across the country on that. We offer our services, we offer our support. We are a support team for them. And like I said earlier, there's not going to be an equation that's going to fit all. But on these BLM issues, it's not that difficult. And so we're working on several issues in Washington on this, where we think there's very little hope there, but we are working with sheriffs. Now imagine that there would be 30, 40, 50 sheriffs in Oregon alone that say, BLM, there's a few things you're not going to do in our counties anymore. Or you have 2 or 3 sheriffs saying that. Which one's going to be better? I'm telling you right now, if we get a third, not even a third, if we get a fourth of our nation's sheriffs, that's like 600. If we get a fourth of our nation's sheriffs to unite behind erecting barriers, as Madison said, erecting barriers against the encroachments of the national authority, we're going to win this. Remember, this is peaceful, it's effective, and it's how we serve the people of our communities. This is just serve and protect. Our motto is also on that. Protect and serve, uphold and defend. So that's really the best way we serve and protect our people is by upholding and defending the United States Constitution, just as we promised to do. Now, those are really good questions. Really good. You've got work to do. We want you to join with us. We want you to do this. Okay? I'm going to take one more question, and then I'm going to close.
Yes, I was talking with Dr. Stevens in Bend, Oregon, and he told me to help out the Hammonds somewhat. He said that we needed to let Governor Brown be taught on so many different things about getting the money back to us, like our education. Portland decides our money that comes over here.
Oh, yeah.
They do most of everything. How do we stop this?
Well, it's a lot easier to stop it in the state than it is Washington, D.C. And so it's not even that you have to have a governor that knows and understands this, because you don't have one. But again, if you build these defenses in your counties, again, it has to start here. Okay? Don't start in Portland. Start here. And you literally create a constitutional county. Literally. And so many people will want to move here.
But what I'm saying is on the voting rights, Portland votes, they have more of a vote than we do over here.
Yeah.
And I'm tired of that. We need our own city.
Yeah, there's ways to make them irrelevant also.
Yeah.
But if you create that constitutional county, and I'm telling you again, the last one that's going to get on board that constitution train is your county attorney. And you really got to get sharp in your boots for that guy. Whoever it is, I don't care. I don't even know who he is. Don't care. So, all right. Now I need. You want to be my helper? All you have to do is hold that for me. Okay? You're on to get a little crazy. Maybe I need somebody to help with it. Oh yeah. Sorry. You've been replayed. So, my friends, I do this all across the country. I've been to all 50 states. And I love these beautiful children. I love the beautiful guy there. And this is just wonderful to see you here with your kids like that. It's beautiful. I have some grandkids just this age. I know I don't look that old. My wife and I have 12 grandkids, and that's why we dedicated ourselves to this so much. Because it's the same faces everywhere I go. These beautiful little faces, your eyes looking at me, hoping that there really is a solution. I hope that I've given you some hope. There is a solution. It's nonviolent, but it's effective. And we take back our freedom. Now, when I was first a rookie cop, I attended a seminar, and it was taught by Dr. W. Cleon Skousen. And he converted me to the Constitution. And after the 2-day conference, which was a law enforcement training on Constitution in Salt Lake City, he handed me his book, The Making of America, and he said, promise me that you'll teach these things to your children. Well, my son Jimmy can attest that I have, and I've actually started teaching them to my grandchildren. And my first grandchild was a girl. And she was born 9 years ago, 9.5 years ago, on the 4th of July. And her name is Liberty. So Liberty LaDon Mack is this beautiful little ball of liberty. And to dedicate this to my grandkids and to yours and to your beautiful children and to mine, I dedicate this to our founding fathers, to you, and to the Hammonds, and to all those who have been victimized by our own government. And with that in mind, I share with you now this little kindergarten exercise that Dr. Skousen had 250 cops get up and do with him. And I leave it with you as my dedication from my heart to yours about what American liberty is all about. And it goes like this. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, to ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. And that's the eagle. Long we should be free.
My name's Mike Arnold, M-I-K-E-A-R-N-O-L-D. I wanted to go over a couple of preliminary things, just to answer some questions I've been getting constantly through email, and just to kind of save some time for everyone. I've had quite a few questions about Ammon's confinement while in custody, the tiny room he was in for 2 weeks, and the solitary confinement situation. So Ammon's been moved from solitary confinement to another section at the jail that will purportedly have more access to communication with his family and access to his attorneys. In the last 2 weeks, he's only allowed between 45 minutes to an hour at a time, and several times against jail policy, and likely accidentally, the attorney phone calls were interrupting with his ability in 45 minutes to an hour to clean up, shower, call his family, and then talk to me. And it's my understanding that that is jail policy, and they followed their jail policy, and so that was nothing out of the ordinary. Just the concern for public policy reasons is that really a good policy for 2 weeks for non-violent offender with accusations of no physical force and no criminal record? So that's just one concern for the community up here to consider. The next thing I want to address is Ammon's right to free speech while he's in jail. As you know, we received permission from the Multnomah County Jail to use our attorney telephone time and have the ability to record any statements he wishes to make and distribute it to the public. We've obviously advised him of his right to remain silent, and continues to be his goal to speak while in custody, to educate and continue on some of the attention that is brought to the matters that he was protesting. Of course, his words are by no way an endorsement by the jail or by our law firm. They're his words, and they're important to him and many people that believe in his words. There have been several commentators that have suggested that there shouldn't be a right to free speech, and someone in jail shouldn't be allowed to speak. And of course, you know, that's free speech too to say that, and that's okay, and that's a bad idea, and the marketplace of ideas should shout that idea down, because when you are in federal custody for a political protest or any federal crime that you're accused of, that should be the absolute time that you have the right to free speech. We're here today watching two First Amendment rights in action. I see before me several dozen people with cameras that are probably in the press and probably enjoying the right to free press in the First Amendment. At the same time, I'm enjoying the right to my free speech speaking to you now. Ammon tells us his goal is to continue to talk, and if you don't agree with his arguments, that's okay. He'll appreciate your feedback, but the answer is not to stop his speech. The answer is always, if you disagree with Ammon Bundy, is more speech, and let whatever idea prevails outcompete other ideas in the marketplace of ideas that is free speech. Next, I'd like to introduce some folks behind me. Lisa Casey, Ammon Bundy's co-counsel, behind me to my left. We've given a list of names to you, but these are representatives from the coalition of Western states. Ammon Bundy made a call for action for legislators from across the country, particularly across the West, to come and show interest in these issues. And the folks here with me today have answered Ammon's call, and there are other folks that answered Ammon's call that had to go back to their given legislative assemblies. We had a little change of plan. They were coming to to speak here yesterday, but abruptly we changed our itinerary and headed to Burns, and the other folks that couldn't join us from the legislatures, they went home because Portland was inconvenient for some of them, especially the folks that were from Idaho. They went from Burns back to Boise. So I'll introduce now Michelle Fiore. She's present here from Clark County, Nevada. She represents in the Nevada State Assembly Ryan Bundy and Ammon and Ryan's father, Cliven Bundy. She's a well-known Republican. She's known to have an independent libertarian streak. She is well-known as an ardent supporter of the Second Amendment, but she's also pro-gay marriage and pro-legalization of marijuana. She's here today because she and her colleagues have answered Ammon's call to action, and I'll now give her the floor. This is a joint press conference. I just wanted to honor their sacrifice in making the trip, so I'm going to just turn it over to them and let Michelle talk to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being here. So, you know, I made some notes while sitting in the courtroom, and I actually have a statement to read from Ammon Bundy, and the press will get a copy of that as well. But you know what I noticed? We're on federal property here, and before we start this, if you guys could just take a look over there at that guy with a gun. You see him? That statue? That speaks volumes to our Second Amendment. And I just want to make sure that people understand the Constitution, our freedom of speech, and our right to bear arms. And standing here on federal property and having that symbolic symbol is very telling. So before I get started with my comments, I would like to read a statement from Ammon. So I'm going to read the statement from Ammon since he is in jail and unable to be here now with you. These are Ammon's words. I would like to thank the hundreds of thousands of supporters across this great country who understand what is really going on. Thank you for your thoughts. Thank you for looking beyond the headlines and researching the truth. And most of all, thank you for your continual prayers. For several decades, federal agencies have been taking ranches, mines, properties, and forests all over the United States. They remove the rightful owners in the name of government and begin using the property for their own benefit. Through these actions, federal agencies have destroyed the economies of hundreds of counties, leaving the people with very little to survive on. Those who stand up to them, like the Hammonds and my father, Cliven Bundy, are prosecuted in federal court and thrown into prison. Most of these ranches, mines, properties were established well over 100 years ago, long before the U.S. Forest Service, Bureau of Land Management, or the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service were even thought of. The Constitution of the United States restricts federal government from owning mass amounts of land inside an established state. It also does not give authority for federal agencies to purchase land inside the states without permission from state legislatures. Federal agencies refuse to recognize the Constitution as the supreme law of the land. They openly and blatantly break the law and put the people's liberty at risk by doing so. This is why we made a hard stand at the Refuge. Our statement is this: the land belongs to the people, not government. Government officials must follow the laws people have placed upon them. Liberty by definition is freedom from arbitrary or despotic government control. Let us learn from the lessons of the past. We must get our government in control and back to benefiting the people. If we can do this, we may prosper as a nation once again and pass freedom on to our children. With respect and love, Ammon Bundy. That was Ammon's statement. So I'm going to tell you guys why I'm here today. I made a promise. I made a promise to Sean and Sandy Anderson and David Fry and Jeff Panter that I wouldn't leave them alone as we go on to the next battleground. So their first stand was at the Refuge, and our next battleground is in these courts. I'm also here today because an American, Ammon Bundy, and many others made a call to action. And these Americans are reaching out to their representatives asking for our help. I represent Americans. We are a nation of laws. We have to obey the laws, but the biggest key here is our government, our federal government, has to obey the laws as well. I truly believe that the Refuge and the people that stood on the Refuge are prisoners today because they exercised their political free speech. I haven't seen yet today any evidence of the federal government asking them to leave the Refuge. No one has provided me with that evidence, written documentation whatsoever as of today before I stand before you. I ask our fellow Americans to unite and defend one another, to have compassion for each other and protect one another. Just as we stood up to the bullies in school, when the bullies picked on defenseless schoolmates of ours, we as Americans have to stand united and defend federal government, large government bullies as well. I'm going to close because I want to introduce some other legislators, but I'm going to close with a quote from Ammon Bundy, which I have personally endorsed this quote, and it's basically arm yourselves with ideas and arm yourselves with education. Agree and disagree and argue, but be free. Thank you. I'm going to introduce Assemblywoman Shelley Shelton right now, and she has a few words, and I will answer some questions after Shelley introduces another legislature.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle. I'm Shelley Shelton. I am from Nevada also, in Las Vegas, and I want us all to just stop and think for a second. I want you to think for a second that there is a reason battle commanders make decisions based on what's happening on the front lines. Today, our ranchers, our loggers, they're the people on the front lines, and we need to listen to them. Our public lands are being taken, and this is not just something that's happening here in Oregon. This is happening throughout the United States, and this is a problem that needs to be addressed. We have tried this past session in Nevada, working with different people in different legislatures, to do this through the legislative process. And state ownership of these lands is not a radical concept. It has been disputed for decades, but now is the time to stop the bleeding of our resources and start using them at a state level and get the control of the lands back at state level. I'd also like to introduce Assemblyman John Moore, who is also from Nevada.
Thank you all folks for coming out. I'm Assemblyman John Moore from Las Vegas, Nevada, representing District 8. I'm here today, and I came up here because there, in my opinion, Mr. Finicum was murdered at the hands of the Oregon State Police and others, federal agents as well. This man was trying to surrender. It's quite obvious on the video that he was trying to surrender, but yet they chose violence and murder rather than to apprehend him. I've driven that route many times, and they had plenty of opportunity to apprehend him, if you will, for lack of a better term, or to question him anywhere along that route. But instead, they chose to employ an ambush. Now, I have 24 years in the military, special ops community. I'm a former Army Ranger. I know what an ambush is. And when I saw that video, that was clear-cut ambush. I've employed ambushes like that in foreign countries. I know what that's like. That man died at the hands of the Oregon State Police and federal agents, and he did not need to. That's why I'm here today, and that's why I came up here to try and prevent the further loss of life and harm to any other residents, whether they be in Oregon or Nevada or anywhere in this country, I will travel anywhere for that purpose. I think that should appall each and every one of us, that that kind of treatment can be done to an American citizen. As I stated earlier, I fought in combat. That is not what I fought in combat for, so that our own government can murder our own citizens. That deeply saddens me and troubles me. And I will do everything in my power to see that that does not happen to anyone else. Thank you. I'd like to turn it back over to Michelle.
Can we get the spelling of your name?
John, John, Moore.
So we want to thank you for being here, and we have a long road to go. I think I'll be visiting Oregon to get through the process with these folks that are in prison here. I am available through email. Do you have any specific questions?
Sure, Ms. Fiore, do you advocate other armed actions such as happened in Harlan County?
Okay, so when you say armed action, I just want to be crystal clear. Have you ever seen one of the people that were camping at the Refuge point a firearm at anybody? Nope. Yes or no?
No, were they armed?
That's it.
They were armed. So
Doesn't matter.
There was
So
a group of people that were armed.
Doesn't matter. There's a right to. Okay, so next question. Do you have a next? Do you have another question?
Ammon Bundy.
I really want to reform our justice system. That's the big goal. You guys, I can't stress enough that we need justice reform. I am a conservative Republican from Las Vegas, Nevada, who sat on in both my terms as an assemblywoman on our Judiciary Committee. I don't care if you're a Republican or a Democrat or a Libertarian or an Independent. We incarcerate too many people. The punishment is not fitting the penalty. The punishment, in Nevada, we fight for laws that, you know, criminal infractions should be civil violations. It's incredible the road we've gone down. As a legislator that writes laws and the laws that go through the process of our LCB and our Legal Counsel Bureau, those written words get convoluted and changed and amended and then passed, and then the judge has to decipher what we did in session. And sometimes it doesn't work out for our family and friends. And it's not okay to imprison people. And you know, it's okay to imprison folks that have crimes against other people. But we're talking about a bunch of cowboys camping in the middle of nowhere, bearing their rights to their firearms. That's what we're talking about.
So you feel they did nothing wrong?
It's not that I feel that they did nothing wrong. What I'm saying is they came here to defend the Hammonds, and the Hammonds are in prison right now, and they came here to basically go against the bully, which is the federal government. This is not first incident of the Bureau of Land Management taking people's properties. This is a behaved pattern, and I urge every one of you to look up all of the cases of the ranchers that have lost their property, including that refuge. I urge each and every one of you to find out what that refuge once upon a time was. It was owned by Oregon ranchers, okay? And the Hammonds are the last ones there. Any other questions?
If I take the word armed out, do you advocate similar actions as it happened?
I advocate free, peaceful assemble, and that is exactly what happened.
Yes.
Nobody pointed a gun at anybody, except the police.
If the land should go back to the people who originally owned it, should it be returned to the Paiute?
Okay.
Well, I mean,
why don't we just all go back to England in that case?
Well, no.
I mean, no, for real, really, you can't.
I can make a statement about what Ammon has told me his feelings are about that. I may be inarticulate about this because I haven't done research and I just know what Ammon's expressed, but he has told me and others that he believes that the land should revert back to heirs of original homesteaders, or to the tribes, or to county or state governments. So I think with the refuge in mind, I can't really speak any further what his statement would be, but my interpretation is there would be nothing wrong with a Malheur State Wildlife Refuge under that analysis. That's all I know.
So he would like to figure out who the last owner was. If there's no trace of it, he would be fine with it going back to the tribe.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say that specifically because I don't know tribes versus state versus counties on how that works in this argument. But I know that they're wanting to research and get those answers, and I think he worked really hard researching this and talking to legislators about it in the past. And I think these guys are more informed than me. I'm kind of a Johnny-come-lately to this argument. I can't even honestly say that I've ever read Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17. I'd like to think I've read the entire Constitution, but if I did, it was probably, maybe in civics class. So it's a steep learning curve about what these arguments are and what they mean, and there's smarter people out there than I that have been debating this for years. So I'll just kind of leave it to these folks.
Ms. Murray, tell us about your decision to go to the Refuge, the last 4 people there leave. What made you decide to do that?
That wasn't on the agenda Wednesday when our flight was landing. I was landing in Portland, and Mike Arnold was picking me up, so we can talk about who's incarcerated, who's their attorneys, what are the charges, and move forward with what's happening. But as the aircraft was hitting the tarmac, my phone, when you get into that zone and you can turn your phone on, was blowing up with one of our representatives from COWS, which was Matt Shea, with a phone number. Mike Arnold was calling me repeatedly, and so you guys have all been on airplanes, and they have, it was packed. I was in the last row, and so I answer the phone, and it's Mike Arnold, and he says, "Call the Refuge right now, call the Refuge, they're asking for you." There was some sort of online direct communication that was being aired, I'm going to tell you something about that. David Fry, who's very smart, and Gavin, who put this together, the federal government literally shut down all communications for those who are at the refuge, so they could not call out for help. But at least they thought they shut it down. But we got those computer guys, those computer whizzes that can figure out hot spots and this spots and I don't know. And so David Fry, technical little whiz that he was, and another man figured out how to get communication out. And what happened was the FBI was moving in onto the refuge, and they were feeding live on a live stream, and they were basically demanding to speak to Assemblywoman Michelle Fiore. And at that time, as they were doing this, he was listening, and he actually alerted the FBI the day before I was coming in and said, "Assemblywoman Michelle Fiore is coming to Oregon. She will be in Portland. Do you need her assistance?" And they basically told him to fly a kite, and I think kind of not those words, but no. And so as I'm landing, my phone's blowing up. Mike Arnold is on the phone with the FBI. I got the phone number from Matt Shea, who's a Washington rep, on how to call into this phone number, and that phone number directly connected me to the refuge and how they were communicating. And so that's how I got involved.
How do you feel about your role in helping make that safe?
There was many people that played a role. I have to tell you, the role was as soon as I got off the plane with a dying battery, and Mike was looking for me. Mike got to me. We got in finally when we got to his truck, Mike was on the phone with the FBI. I was on the phone with Sean and Sandy and David and Jeff, and we were going back and forth as to what they want. And then he would tell the FBI what they want, and then the FBI would tell Mike, we can do this or we can do that, and then I would relay that.
I'm just curious how, in hindsight, it feels to have been a part.
You know what? I'm gonna bring my mom and grandma card out right now because I am a mom, and it shows.
We heard it.
We heard it. And I'm really glad that they're safe. And I have to also give kudos to the FBI agents that were out there, because no one got hurt, no one got scratched. They allowed Reverend Franklin Graham and I to greet them and hug them and let them know that we were with them to this next battleground, which is our court service. And David Fry is 27, and I have a 26-year-old daughter. So I ask all of you, no matter what party you're with, is to never forget compassion and forgiveness to your fellow American, and never ever deny someone when they reach out to you and ask you for help. So I'm very, very happy we are here today to talk about the lives that are still alive, and I will continue to free our people, because I do not think it's okay for Americans to be imprisoned or be prisoners for their political free speech, and that's why I'm here.
How about the fact that there's not a lot of
Yeah, how about that fact? Yeah.
lawmakers? Do you consider yourself outsiders, and what do you say to those who feel you are?
You know what I say to those who would ever call another American an outsider? I'm an American, and if you call me from anywhere, I don't care if you call me from Syria, and if you're an American that needs help, Americans need to go and get their fellow Americans. That's it. Any other questions?
You previously told reporters that the four remaining occupants weren't part of the real movement and tried to distance them from Ammon Bundy.
I can't hear you.
You had previously, 3 weeks ago, called reporters trying to distance these remaining four occupants from Ammon Bundy, saying they weren't part of the real movement. So why embrace them now? What changed?
I have to totally disregard that false statement. I don't know where you're from or what you're trying to say, but those four are safe. They're on the refuge. So is there another question?
You're a hero, Michelle. We love you.
I love you too. I love you guys very much.
I'm gonna go see Ammon.
Thank you.
Propaganda film the other day that pretty much sums up how the government and the so-called authorities and the people in charge and the powers that be really feel about us. And it's from the atomic age and the hype of nuclear warfare.
We can be attacked in spite of our excellent defenses. Attacks may be made in many ways, with bombs or with biological
and
weapons.
It depicts a publisher who writes an editorial calling Americans treasonous for planning to evacuate their city during a nuclear attack. He says the enemy will have no trouble winning the next war. Too many Americans will desert their cities at the first sign of danger. This is treason. And they go through letters from the public in this fictitious archive film.
Well, listen to one of these letters to the editor. Dear editor, your call for civil defense volunteers was nonsense. If this city is attacked, my plans are made and they don't include waiting around to get killed. I'm going to take my family to a place in the country where we'll be safe. I think I'm as patriotic as the next guy, but I'd be pretty dumb to remain in this city when those bombs start falling. We must make them realize there must be no taking to the hills. It's pushing them into something pretty close to treason. Thank God most people don't feel that way. But enough of them do to make it a serious problem.
I'm hauling out to the countryside. I love my country, but I'm not going to get blown up for it. And that's the attitude that they say is treasonous. And it's really parallel, when you think about it, with the attitude they have towards preppers and survivalists and the kind of patriots who want to create a homestead, a getaway, a bunker, either for the end of times or just to be outside of society. Those people are demonized because society is now so sophisticated and so controlled that they fear what the herd can do if people en masse started acting independently.
You know, there's really nothing to be gained by turning tail and running after an enemy attack.
And they make excuses, well, the mass evacuation would be more dangerous than anything.
The civil defense people are just being realistic and not planning mass evacuation.
You'd be too jammed to even get anywhere.
Well, highways would be about the most dangerous place you could be. Add to that the desperate fear and panic that it'd be pushing the mob.
Who block military and civil defense response, and you just shouldn't do it.
Mass evacuation of cities just doesn't work. Most people don't know that.
They show bombed out buildings in European cities that were decimated in World War II.
I saw miles after miles of refugees trying to get away from cities under attack. All they did was choke up the road.
And praise the people who stayed there and endured it.
People didn't even want to leave their city. Most of those who did leave soon began trickling back into town.
Tell the American people that's what they're expected to do as well.
What is your job?
After an attack, our first responsibility will be to get back to our jobs.
What should you do? Look for cover, the nearest cover. Civil defense teams will go into action immediately. If you're home, you've work to do. Doing a good job means simply following the rules in an alert or an attack.
They'll tell you to duck and cover, and they'll even tell you to gather, at least in the 60s, in the mass underground shelters for the city.
Go to the shelter area you've been assigned. Head for a shelter area. Wait for the all clear. Be calm. Move quickly, but in good order. Take your place on the floor. Here's one good way to protect your eyes and neck in case of a bombing.
But apparently you're just a really bad person if you leave, or if you even think about leaving.
Take to the hills, huh? Another member of the Take to the Hills fraternity.
Seems to be quite a few of them.
Yes, I'm afraid there are.
Or else they'll be considered treasonous.
Like it or not, each of us has his share of fighting to do, his share of danger to face. Running away from that duty would be desertion, pure and simple.
Cowardly and too ready to desert, just as a soldier would desert his line of duty.
As a civilian, it would not only be treasonable, but it would mean having to live with the knowledge that in deserting your responsibility, you failed yourself, your family, your friends, your city.
To desert would be to throw away our most feared weapon, America's power to produce.
Denied the products of our farms and factories, we could not wage war on any
They want
front.
it to be considered treason for you not to be a sitting duck. They probably wouldn't even tell us today. Probably has a lot to do with things like Fukushima being so downplayed in the media because they don't want the public to panic. They don't really care what might happen to the public.
Need practice. Here's a clean, well-prepared shelter in the basement.
Think about today with the threat of terrorism, it's almost the same thing. You got Homeland Security telling people, yeah, you need to be prepared.
They have other emergency supplies too. A flashlight, a well-equipped first aid kit.
Duct tape your windows and have 3 days of food.
A few cans of food, a good supply of water, blankets.
But the government is not going to tell you to become self-reliant. The government's not going to tell you to go off-grid. No, that's not the message.
We know that mass evacuation can never be permitted if only for one reason. Every able-bodied person is needed in the city before as well as after an attack.
They want people to be helpless and honestly ready to go to the FEMA centers in the worst case scenarios after the 3 days of food are up.
Civil defense health authorities recommend that you should take the following precautions.
Go to your prepared shelter. Cooperate with the authorities. Health and medical authorities will tell you what to do. Above all, don't listen to scare talk, rumors, or myths.
You know, Fred, actually staying in the city to help after an atomic attack is not nearly as dangerous as a lot of people think.
On the line, they have something important they want to talk with you about real quick, if you're able to do that.
I am. Yes. Hey, how's it going? I mentioned on the radio we were talking about the sheriffs. I think that'd be something you guys should really think about, is doing like a lateral move to a strong county with a good sheriff and some stand-up ranchers, and have a rancher host you guys. You guys just shift over. That way you're not, because the feds have built up all around you. They're getting ready to
This,
move
my
on
friends,
you.
is
You know what I mean?
Avoid's last interview right here.
It kind of looks like they're getting ready to put a hurt on us. Well, yeah, I mean, they're gonna, and our guys were, Todd was there yesterday with,
All right, yeah, this is Mark Connors. Well, it starts with Schuff, but it's actually Mark Connors broadcasting our broadcast. And of course, if you look at Mark Connors, there's no mention or credit of that, but this all started at Revolution Radio. When I got the intel, I saw the two planes were flying awfully close to each other, same type, and they both belong to Department of Interior and Department of Immigration as shared aircraft, and they held about 30 people. So I sent somebody over to the Boise, Idaho airport around landing time, and wait to see what was going on with them planes. And both planes pretty much unloaded with a few suits, and most of the rest were just the SWAT type guys. Got in 2 short buses and took out of Boise, headed towards Oregon, followed by a car carrier full of snowmobiles. I said that on many times on many broadcasts here in the days leading up to this. It just felt like something was in the air, and I didn't see any reason for them to be using snowmobiles at the refuge because it's very accessible by car. So I let Jason know about this, and I told LaVoy. If you go back and listen to my calls with LaVoy, you'll find me telling him about that as well. And I think it was the same day he told me he was headed up to John Day the next day, which they had been advertising those plans to meet with the Grant County Sheriff. And so that was the result. This is just, I don't know, man. I do get a little, I don't mind people sharing information. I share other people's information, but I always credit, especially by saying, well, you know, I'm getting this from, you know, Shuff 1111, but he also got it from Mark Connors, and I look at his, and I see his link to Mark Connors, but I bet if you go to Mark Connors' report on that one, I'm not sure which video this is. You know, are we going to see a link back to where this began? I don't know. Doesn't really matter, but yeah, this started with us on the Patriot Report earlier that evening, if I remember correctly. It's been a long several weeks here.
In or out. So if you were to shift over to some, like I said, to a county with a good constitutional sheriff who's ready to stand up, and he's got ranchers ready to stand, you shift over to someone's ranch, now they'll put a serious monkey wrench in their plans. What are they going to do if you then? You know?
Right. Well, you know what, Stuart? I'm going to be meeting tonight in the morning with Ryan and Ammon again, and I will surely run this by them. You know, I'm not sure how readily they would be to that. And actually, I will speak for myself because it's important that you know where I'm coming from.
LaVoy, this is Todd Engel. I was one of the guys at the meeting yesterday with Ammon and Buddha. I stressed to them, I'm sure you know, how important it is for you guys to not be arrested and to continue this fight in another location. You guys are too valuable to all the ranchers in the whole entire western half of the country for us to lose you guys as basically the George Pattons of the resistance here.
Don't put us there. We're just rednecks.
Oh, I know, but you're no longer just a redneck. You are. You've stepped out and taken the lead, and if we lose you guys to prison, it is a big hit for the farmers, and I think it's going to really set them back in fear if you guys are all locked up. But if you guys can live to fight another day and move over to a friendly sheriff's county and continue to fight against BLM and EPA at the same time, at that point, let me just say something, LaVoy. At that point, if you guys were to do that, I'm pretty sure I could round up some pretty seriously armed dudes to come and hang out with you guys. And
that's kind of nice.
It wouldn't be like the kind of guys you have right now. I was there yesterday. But you would have the support. It would be a great tactical and yet strategic movement just to pop smoke on that location, because you're now constructing your Alamo in your own prison, and it's almost done here. If you guys were able to move over into a friendly sheriff,
go ahead.
If you were able to move over into the county of a friendly sheriff and continue the fight, you would do more goods for those ranchers in Harney County from Utah than you will do for those ranchers in Harney County from prison.
LaVoy,
or from a lofty position with a court around you.
Lavoy, go ahead and talk. You were going to talk about where you were coming from. Please.
Well, this is something that as soon as this 8 o'clock that we have every morning, that I will bring to them all and express these concerns and these options and the advantages that they do bring. And so it behooves us to weigh all these things when they're brought to us and weigh them seriously, and because what you say has great validity to it. There's no doubt. We truly recognize that they are bringing in a pretty tight perimeter, and that I mean that home right above us that never moves. I wonder what kind of an aircraft that is, but it's been there like for an hour and a half, just sitting above us. I'm assuming.
What is it, Lavoy? Explain that to me. What is it?
Well, you hear the props, you do, and it doesn't travel. You might hear a little bit of a circle over us, but it's pretty much dead.
Do you feel it's a drone or a plane?
Well, no, a plane would be traveling, going somewhere. But see, the planes, if they fly over us all day long, they make a loop. But this one sits in a tight circle, just kind of straight.
So it's a drone. And are they doing it all night right now? Are they doing it all night to you guys?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Let me tell you what that is, Lavoy. That is a thermal sensor up there, and they're looking for exactly where all of your security elements are at night.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And once they have that all penciled in, then it can be go time any moment.
Yeah. Just in your own opinion, and I'm just kind of probing here from looking on the outside in. We're looking from inside out. What kind of a time frame would you give this before it goes hot?
Serious. They can cordon you, Lavoy, tonight. That is there's a possibility, but my guess would be anytime after tomorrow evening. They're going to do it late at night so that all of the people who haven't started to call that place home have left, including the neighbors, the media. But I would say tomorrow night is good because they know the cycle of PPN, that they all have to go home during the week.
Right.
And they're going to want to do it at the lull, where everybody's gone home, and for them to just turn right around and come back would be even a bigger hardship. If they do it on Thursday, we've all had some rest at home.
Stuart,
anytime from tomorrow night, you're probably in peril.
Stuart,
let me ask you this question here. I'm just getting some inputs from people who are wise and has had a lot of experience here. So, would you the probability of them of just quoting off and trying to choke us off by restricting supplies and resupply and stuff like that, versus coming in hot and getting done by morning time and being home by lunch? What do you?
No, that's doubtful. I think they're going to cordon you guys off. No one will get in or out. Your media will cease. They'll probably shut your cell phones off completely, and they'll start to scare you to death. At this point, but once they do that, they're not just going to fly a drone over you guys at night. They're going to start to fly choppers over the top of you. You guys are going to start to really get concerned about your health. They're going to start to scare you. They don't have to raid you necessarily, but when you start seeing choppers flying over the top of that place at 3 or 4 in the morning, how much sleep are you guys going to get?
Hey, Lavoy.
Yes.
Lavoy, this is Stuart. So the problem is we don't know what they're going to do.
That they didn't know they were recording, or they even had until after he was shot.
Hello, this is Lavoy.
Lavoy, hey, it's Jason Van Tatum. How you doing?
Yeah, that's what it is. And I want to show you something. I'm done with that when it needs to go. Stop it. Why is this doing this? And this is, I was trying to work with Mark Connors a little bit at first, but I noticed we brought him over a couple of nights in a row with us, and we would cross broadcast. And then when we found out about the Lavoie thing, of course he went back over to his channel and started grabbing our feed to pull up to this channel and all that channel. But this video actually started at our channel, and I want you, and this is what I want to show you. Here's when I started having the problem with this dude. Okay, Mark Connors' report. This isn't Connors doing the interview. This is Jason Van Tattenhope, who is one of my hosts here, does the Patriot Report. Anybody that's paying any attention knows that. Jason, and we have many of the shares. We've had all these guys you're hearing right now. But this all started with us, and you'll notice here, and show less, show more. You don't see any credit whatsoever given to the source of these, and I heard no credit given to the source of this interview in there. I think
you do a lateral shift, but they can't stop you.
Stuart, would we be able to supply support if they decided to go with a lateral
Absolutely. That's kind of what I was saying in your show. From the very beginning, the only objection anybody's had to you guys is the way you did what you did, okay? Because it is a weaker position. If you have a constitutional sheriff and you've got ranchers who own the sand and they're all united together, you'll have massive support. And they have never yet jumped down on a sheriff. You know that. When a sheriff has stood up, they have always backed down. So it's a huge game changer when sheriffs are involved.
Okay, gentlemen, listen to me here. This is not secure comms.
Well, we know.
Okay, listen to me on the show. Okay, they did not arrest Ammon, and they had 3 chances in 3 separate days to arrest him and a good contingent of his guys. Yet they did not.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't Connors get in a huge fight with Steve Santilli on the air for basically rebroadcasting Santilli's stuff, and then chopping on him, and then not crediting the source? Although anybody who knows Santilli knows the source of Santilli's stuff. But still, we all do work and spend a lot of money doing this, us people out there in the field, and then you got people like this that are basically, he's doing this for profit. We couldn't even keep him tight on the air because he had to keep stopping his commercials kept invading our show when he would be on, and I'd have to knock him off till his commercials were over. So, there's a very clear commercial agenda involved here, in my opinion. To each their own. However you want to make some money, it is up to you. If this is making you money, that's fine. But you can see in the comments here, these people are also asking, where's this coming from? Where's the source? But we see nothing here. The only source we have is that it's on his Ustream too. So anyway,
do it because I feel that would not have been a big enough camera moment to show their strength. Just turn around, sir. Put your hands behind your back. They're going to want to stomp this down. So that is a big concern that they may hit you. Now, these unsecured comms, if that's their attitude, you guys, you need to leave. I would like to see you leave tonight. Because they're listening to this. They know you're going to pop smoke and skedaddle to a secure county where a sheriff is going to protect you.
Right. Yeah, we understand that all of these communications are being monitored. We've no doubt.
Absolutely.
Sure. Yeah.
But we don't know how else to get to you fast. So, and I said it earlier on the radio show. So we're going ahead and just talking to you straight. So that's
don't leave tonight. You better leave tomorrow night, my boy.
Well,
we need you guys out here to fight, my friends.
I sure appreciate that, and I definitely, in fact, we'll have a touch bases tonight on this very issue with them. I'll bring that up for serious consideration and weigh that heavily. there's definitely some people here that that I would like to have out of here more quickly. I would like to have. There's a young that family that came in. I would really like to see them move out first thing in the morning. And
at the latest.
Yeah, and so actually, I'm actually out from when I go from here. I got to do just a few other things. I'm supposed to be over there to headquarters, and I'll speak to them about that, and then again we'll address it more direct head on in the morning too with the full team.
Okay, right. We're praying for you, Lavoy.
Okay.
I appreciate that. It's a matter of strategy. You do what your enemy is not ready for you to do.
Yeah, everything you say, I see the wisdom in all of that, and so believe me, I do, and so we will sit down and put some serious consideration in exactly what you're saying.
Right, good to go.
Thank you for taking my call and listening to us. I know you're getting them from everywhere, and it was out of the blue, so I appreciate it. I hope you know that we're coming from a place of honor and just,
absolutely.
wanting to do the right thing.
You bet, and I do appreciate it, and so we'll stay.
All right, so that was into that, and Mark Connors did not carry that interview. He's taking somebody else's work uncredited. The dude really needs to stop doing that. If you can't credit it in the description box, and I understand sometimes it's hard to go back, especially when you're doing sometimes my broadcasts are 7 hours. Going back and crediting every little thing in text is a pain. So what I've decided to do is, as you've seen, I'll go to a video and slide down and make sure you can see the channel it came from, and bring this the text box and show you all their stuff, everything that's going on. So Daily Situation Report with Lavoy Finicum. Thank you very much. This was my last call. This is the day before. All right, I'm here with part 2 of the Situation Update Report in Oregon. As you heard, we just got off the phone with Clyburn, or not Clyburn. Oh God, I went and said it. Lavoy Finicum out at the Refuge.
Of freedom, and he's there, in my understanding.
Everybody's doing, and what's going on?
Oh, sure. This is Lavoy.
Hey, Lavoy, how you doing? You got Nighthawk here?
Yes.
Just wanted to call in and see if we get some daily updates, what's going on out there, and how everybody's doing, and what's going on.
Oh, sure. It's Monday, and so I don't, kind of the worst time to actually do things in the media cycle is what the NBC reporter told me is on Fridays and Saturdays, and unfortunately we did one of the most important things here on Saturday. I don't know if you had a chance to follow what happened Saturday here.
Yeah, I caught quite a bit of that.
Okay, excellent. Well, that is definitely the most major thing that has happened outside of us just coming here and taking over the Refuge Center here. To have those ranchers stand up and sign that declaration of emancipation from those federal contracts is just an amazing thing.
I think you guys are doing a fantastic job out there. Things are actually starting to happen now. So
yes. And so we let the media know the first of the week that this Saturday, which was last Saturday, we were going to have a signing ceremony, and we had a rancher with a lot of grit, Adrian Sewell from the Silver City, Mexico, and he said, I'm ready to stand up for the Constitution. He sat down with Ammon, and they took the time to go over all those parts of the Constitution, until he had a clear understanding of, he knew it was wrong, but by the time he was done, he had the points of law and the points of the Constitution, so that he had an understanding where he stood at in relationship to the law. He flew out here, and he was the third person in America to sign that Emancipation Proclamation and say, I no longer will recognize the federal government as the overlord of these lands. I shall uphold the state and the counties, and I shall ranch on
these lands as a free man. I will uphold the rights of the hunter to access, and the rights of the camper and the recreationalist, and we shall live in these lands as we have been doing for 100+ years successfully, and without that overreaching, overbearing hand of the federal government.
Right, yeah. Unfortunately, Sherry had to go home. She's going to try to come back out there and work with you guys some more as soon as we can get her out there. Funding's always an issue, and they got their own ranch to run.
Right, right. And the thing of it was is that after he signed it, there's a Harney County rancher says, you know what? I'm done with this. I am through with this oppression. And
that's
he
awesome.
walked right in there and, spilled his heart on all the things he has seen over the years here. He said, let me see that. I'm signing it. So he signed it. And then 8 ranchers in Utah stood up and signed those emancipation proclamations. And they were, so now you have 10. For 20 years it was 1, Clive and Bundy, and one day you've got 10. And now this Friday we have a rancher on his own that's home in the county next to us in Malheur County, and he's going to stand up and counsel his, and he's got other ranchers who are going to stand beside him. And so, and then we had actually just about a half hour ago kind of a delegation of ranchers from Montana that came here. And so you're seeing an awakening in a country of requiring the federal government to say no longer will we bow down to this.
Yeah, I seen today that Grant County, right, I think it's right next to Harney County, ain't it?
Yes. Yeah, they reached out to us last week and said that the citizens there, and my understanding is they got a really tough sheriff there that's a pretty good guy.
Yeah, he was.
Said, could you come and talk with us?
Yeah, he did an interview on the internet today, and had called the sheriff up there and said, they really need to go to an effort to get the FBI out of there and to release the Hammonds. But that in my opinion, the Hammonds are political prisoners at this point.
Oh, absolutely they are. I mean, how is it that we as Americans can sit by and say, well, yeah, it didn't happen to us, some bad things happen to good people, and so that's just Hammond's law, and we'll just, we'll forget about them and move on with our daily lives. And why is it that we say that this is supposed to be the new normal, that we must sit by as citizens and accept such an atrocity and say, well, we've exhausted all the political and all the legal avenues, and so there's no more we can do, and we're citizens of laws, and so we'll just meekly stay in line and say, well, it's not just, but what else can we do? And we're saying, no way. No way. You guide yourself.
I think it's just been the educational system of the years and then the media spin and all that kind of stuff. It's just kind of put everybody thinking that this is the normal, in which we are a country ruled by regulations and ordinances and not a law that is laid down. So
what we have is that we're supposed to have a republic where our laws are we have representatives that represent us. But let's consider the reality of it. We all know about the National Registry. 120,000 pages a year is placed on the National Registry, and if there is nobody that opposes that regulation that's put on there just by somebody gets in a room and says, well, we'll make this a regulation, it becomes law. And I probably shared this with you, but one of my favorite movies is The Gladiator. I don't like how violent it is, and so but having said that, there's some real principles in there that we should listen to. And remember Commodus, he's the emperor. He just killed his father, and he's mad at the Senate. He says, I'm about ready to disband the Senate. And his sister says, oh brother says, let the people have their illusions. And that's what we have. We have an illusion of a republic. We have an illusion of a representative form of government, and we do not.
No, we don't. We don't. Yeah, we absolutely do not. You know, my daughter has a lot of friends, and you know, they don't get educated correctly. You know, when I went to school, we had government and current events classes, and they were required, and they just aren't now. And American history, I remember when she brought her American history book. I used to go through all her books when she brought them home from school, when I could get her to bring them home from school so I could look at them. And, you know, and there are so many mistakes and falsehoods in there. And, you know, the leaders of the American Revolution was actually kind of portrayed as if they were terrorists. And, you know, and just stuff like that. Well, you know, her friends used to come over here and, you know, and they come into the radio station. They hear all the stuff we're talking about. And of course, they're young kids, so they're fascinated by the fact I got 6 monitors in front of me at all times.
well, you know.
But the point I'm trying to make is I would sit down and start explaining this stuff to them, and it's like a new light came into their eyes.
Yeah.
You know, they want to know this stuff. They just don't get taught it. And when they started learning this stuff, I mean, it was like a light just popped on in their eyes. And then they would come back and just sit here riveted while I explained this stuff to them for hours.
Well, because it's a true principle. And so it strikes upon the chords of the soul. And people respond to the principles of freedom. And so when they hear it, they see it. They recognize it as truth. And then they respond to it. Good people do. You know, people that love power and control, they don't respond so well. They hate it, actually. You know, they do.
Oh, they detest it. I had some issues with my network, and we got it turned back on today. And the phone guy said that my fiber network was shut down remotely. The logs were erased. There's only 2 people that can do that. That's Windstream and the government. That's it.
Yep.
So
and you need to understand that this is we're battling for the hearts and minds right now of freedom, and so we're battling for the souls of men to stand up and be free. And so you get attacked in many ways. You know, this rancher, Adrian Sowell, as soon as he signed that, his poor wife was hammered online, the death threats, the attack. And, you know, he says, I thought I knew there'd be some pushback. I had no idea it would be so quick and so filthy and so venomous. And so you need to understand that when you strike upon that power structure, that there are agents that want to hold that up, and they become unleashed. And as a poor young man and a young family, they have been just hammered, but they got courage, and they're standing their ground.
Right.
And you know, that's the thing that I have found that is most lacking as I have dealt with people. They understand the understanding comes into their eyes and as we teach these things and the light goes on. But then they say, but if I stand up, you know, they'll come after me. You know, I might be the next Hammond family. And then they say, will you leave? Are you going to leave it if we start standing up? And so we commit to them. We shall not leave you. We are not going to come in here and kick an ant in bed and then walk away and let it go crazy. We will stand here.
Right.
To protect all of you who will stand.
Well, here's the question that a lot of people have posed to me. Is they've said, well, once they can get the community working on board and get the community to come out there and occupy and do that, are you guys going to just stay there, or are you going to jump and move to the next necessary situation? Because there are things like this going on all over the country. You know that as well as I do. I'm preaching to the choir with that.
I got some lost cows that I surely would need to run back and try to find. I'm just a small rancher, so when I start losing a few cows, it takes a big bite out of me. And so, you know, I'd love to go back and spend some time at home, but I have committed to these people that they say, will you leave us? Will you leave us? And I say, we shall not leave a moment too soon.
Well, yeah. If you leave too soon, DeGrassi's going to get a hold of it. I heard that he canceled tonight's meeting because the community demanded to hear from Ammon. Is that true?
Well, say that last line again.
I read today that DeGrassi canceled the community meeting now or tonight, that was scheduled tonight, because the community is demanding to. As you can see, this here was 2 days before everything went down, I think, or maybe 1 day. Let's see, it's the 27th. No, it's been a long month, man. She's hear from Ammon Bundy.
I think that they don't want to hear from Judge Grassley too much anymore.
Yeah.
We're going to have a meeting in the schoolhouse, and there wasn't enough people. So, well, we'll go to the senior citizen center, and we got to have tickets, and you got to go through a scanner, and you got to show your ID. And I think everybody says, you know what? I don't want to do that. And I said, and I believe nobody ever wanted to show up. So I says, oh, it's all canceled. But I better say it's because of security concerns. That's what I think how it really went down.
Well, and here comes another constitutional freedom, the right to peaceful assembly.
Yeah, you better go through a scanner, better show your ID, and and you're not welcome if you don't fit the parameters that we want.
Right, and walk by their gold-fringed flag.
Yes.
Yeah, a lot of people don't even understand that when you go into a courtroom now, it has nothing to do with constitutional courts. It's admiralty court and monetary court, and that's because we have a 4-color flag now, and it's because it's got gold fringe around it.
Got gold fringe around it. It's admiralty.
All right, so that was on the 25th. Now this is on the 26th, and I can't remember. I think I was having problems getting a hold of him. I had talked to him off air, and when I tried to call him on air, I couldn't seem to get in contact. I don't remember, but this is on the 26th.
I need to run and try to get things set up. We're Skyping with ranchers from out of state.
That's okay, because we just got called back over to Ammon.
Oh, so now that's the top drawer there. So
no, you've been pretty good.
We're going to go, Hawk, and we'll be back in. Give us 2 or 3 minutes, and we'll have a discussion with Ammon and Ryan Bundy.
Hey, thank you.
If I remember right, I was like a week into learning how to live stream. So I was...
I look at this as, there's going to be some upset people, of course, because we have displaced 300 of these non-productive, stealing jobs. But at the same time, they were looking for a job when they...
I am through with this oppression.
How everybody's doing and what's going on? All right, yeah, here we go. This was the 126 call-in.
I know, kind of the worst time to actually do things in the media cycle is what the NBC reporter told me is on Fridays and Saturdays, and unfortunately we did one of the most important things here.
All right, so then anyway, so the next day was when he got shot, which I think was the 26th or 27th. I think it was the evening of the 26th. And I had plans for the live daily update, and I had just gotten off the phone with him and figured he'd be back out of the Canyon Pass so we could talk on the phone when he had to hang up. And apparently that's when they got pulled over. And so the next day we found out that that's when because the very next video in line, I remember right, other than that was this one. That was the next video that I put out, which has the taps in it, which means that's when that happened, because this was the 28th, and I didn't do any videos on the 27th because I was so freaking pissed off. I just couldn't. I just couldn't. That's the 28th. Let's see, I think this was... Sure, maybe this was... It's the 27th. Stuff with David Fry. I don't remember what the hell was going on here, honestly. Alright, yeah, I think I was just recasting David Fry that day, and then the next day is when we found out everything happened, and then we were right in the middle of a show when the footage was released. So, yeah, that's kind of how that went. But, please, folks, if you're going to use other people's videos, at least give some credit. Yesterday I did a video that I didn't even monetize because it was 90% regurgitated stuff from other people. Because I'll look at hundreds of freaking videos and I'll try to take the ones that seem the most important and put them up. This being from the Organian.
We need to take our power back and realize the government works for us. They don't tell us what to do. They don't make our laws and rules. We make our laws and rules. We elect the officials of this state. They need to represent us. They need to be constitutionalists, and they need to understand that their oath that they took, and not just throw it underneath the rug. It's a very important oath that they took.
Are you from Oregon?
Originally, no, but I am here for the past 20 years.
What's your name? How do we spell it?
My name is Joe. The last name is Vinci.
Okay. Joe, are you with the group or just you're with some friends today?
I'm an Oregon Oath keeper.
Okay, Oregon Oath keeper. What do you make of these last 4 people leaving the refuge today and being in federal court?
I think it's a big runaround. I think it's false charges. The Second Amendment is there for a reason, and it was placed on the Constitution high up in the numbers for a reason. The First Amendment is very important also. These things need to be understood.
What would you say to people who say they were breaking laws by occupying federal land?
Breaking the laws. Well, the federal government doesn't have right to own the land in the first place. So any law that is created under a false sense of ownership, is it really a law?
Do you have a message for the 4 who are going to be inside today?
Hang tight. There's a lot of us out here behind you, and we're not giving up. We are the American people, and we are strong.
All right, and I popped our number up. We can do a few calls, I guess. I got some energy for that. Somebody sent me this live stream they wanted me to run, so we'll go take a look at it. In a second, I gotta redo the way I here. Redo the way that I do the live stream. Believe me, I'm no video producer, obviously. I'm still learning this. At least I'm getting a little faster at it, hey? I'm getting a little faster at it, hey? Somebody wanted me to run this, so I'll run it. It's Black America Foreman with Benny Sanders, the socialist. I'm going to assume there's audio in this. I'm not. There it is. Still not hearing any audio. Is there audio here?
And we're going to start with Felicia, who is an entrepreneur, a small business owner. You heard a lot from the senator about an economy that works for everybody. I want to challenge you to speak about your own experience and ask your own questions to that regard.
Can everybody hear me? Can everyone hear me now? Can everyone hear me now?
There we go.
Great. This does not count towards my time. I'm trying to figure this out. Senator, my name's Felicia Perry. As he said, I'm a local small business owner, entrepreneur, artist, who I also consider entrepreneurs since we are operating our business. As a small business owner, I've participated in some financially empowering movements, such as the Northside Holiday Boutique, which was very successful this past winter. Things like this that support black business, and diligently I've been working toward making my work, my business, sustain my family. But for so many small business owners, federal programs are not culturally grounded, and they seem out of touch with people like me, melanated people. We have many barriers and obstacles for permits, for licensing. What I would like to know from you is how will you create and help create policies that create pathways for us rather than barriers?
Thank you, Felicia. If we are, and Anthony, when I talked about an economy that works for all, I am more than aware that this current economy does not work for all. Real unemployment nationally is 10%. For the African American community, it is way higher than that. And for young African Americans, it is literally off the charts, as I've mentioned. So, Felicia, what I think we have got to do, if we want to tackle the problem of youth unemployment, which I see as a major crisis, then I think we support black businesses, and I think we support small black businesses. You are more likely to be hiring kids in the neighborhood, is that correct? Okay, all right. Right, all right. Well, that's what we want to do. So I think what we want to do is to understand that instead of doing what we are currently doing, is giving huge tax breaks to multinational corporations, some of them making billions of dollars a year, pay nothing in taxes. How about providing tax breaks and subsidies to small businesses in high unemployment areas who are going to create local jobs? How's that? All right, that's the focus that we need. And I certainly, look, I want to say two things on this issue. Number one, when we talk about black youth unemployment, and this is for high school graduates, not kids who dropped out of high school. African American youth unemployment is 51%. Now, this is a human tragedy for kids who want to stand up on their own 2 feet and start becoming adults. But you know what else it is? When you have that kind of unemployment, kids are going to find something else to do. They may get in trouble, and they're going to end up in jail. We spend $80 billion a year locking up Americans. More people in jail in America than any other country on earth. You know what? Instead of spending $80 billion locking up people, we can use some of those people to help small businesses create jobs.
This is great. So to that point, in locking up folks, we have a law student on the panel, knows a lot about the legal system and works with young folks. And Gary, can you ask a question related to your field, to the legal field? You're seeing folks coming in and out in a revolving door of the criminal justice system. Can you speak directly to the black experience and how it relates to the criminal justice system?
I can do that. Can you hear me? Okay. So thank you for coming to speak to us, Senator Sanders. We really appreciate it. And it's common knowledge that today more black men are in prison than were enslaved in 1850, which is a startling fact. It's something that we all know. We're still suffering from the effects of that. As a black law student, I'm forced to sit in classrooms and hear, ideologies that I don't see in practice today. It's hard to sit in a class and hear that the Constitution applies to everyone. I'm looking into the faces of people that don't have those constitutional rights acknowledged. So I want to ask about the criminal justice system as being a system of rehabilitation and not meeting that definition, what you will do to restore that. And in terms of aspiring to be president, what specific measures will you take to address the individual impact of incarceration and to ensure that those who are released have a real second chance and do not end up within the revolving door of recidivism?
Gary, is your name?
And Gary.
Thank you. Excellent question. All right, look, it seems to me, when, as I mentioned a moment ago, we have more people in jail than China. Got it? China is 4 times our size. It is a communist authoritarian country. We have more people in jail than China. All right, so the first thing we have got to do is to do our best to keep people from getting into jail. Right? That's the first thing. And as I said before, I think education is important. We've got to put money into education, especially into those communities who need it the most. We should be doing everything we can to see the kids are not dropping out of school. We should be doing everything we can to see that those kids get jobs when they leave school. All right, that's number one. Number two, in terms of the rate of recidivism, you're absolutely right. I did a panel on this in Iowa a couple of months ago. And this is what we have. We had two guys, great guys, really wonderful human beings, both served time in jail. One guy described his situation. He said, I was told the day before I was going to be released. I was informed of that the day before. Then they gave me a check for $75, and they said, good luck. He ended up back in jail. So one should not be shocked to believe that if people don't have the job skills and the education that they need when they leave jail, where are they going to go? They're going to go back to the same environment that got them into jail in the first place, right? So our job is to invest to make sure that when people leave incarceration, they have the potential to build a new life outside of jail. We are not doing that right now. And where this is an interesting issue, where even conservatives are becoming on board. You know why? They see us spending huge amounts of money. Who gains? It costs a lot less money to send somebody to a university here in Minnesota than it is to send them to jail. All right? So we are doing a terrible job. Absolutely. But the bottom line is, we have got to give people the job skills and the education and the resources that they need when they leave jail so they don't come back into jail. We're not doing that now. No way.
So I want to stick with this theme. Criminal justice is such a big bucket. There's no way one singular question can get to that. And there were some folks that couldn't make it on the panel. There were some structural barriers that even prevented folks from being on the panel. We know there are many, many barriers and obstacles. One of those folks is Jason Soul, who, while we're on the issue of criminal justice and criminal justice reform,
hey, Hawkeye, I wasn't sure if you were allowed or not.
Let's not let this wall be a
hold on,
barrier
man.
for folks who weren't allowed to get on the panel. Can somebody hand the mic?
Alright, we got John Wolf on here with us. I see why they call you Wolf, John.
Would you rather video?
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Yeah, well, I'll put it this way. This is after I've given myself a nice trim of the beard and haircut.
Somebody wanted me to play the video, and I have no idea why. I can't stand Bernie Sanders.
I don't know. I got to listening like halfway through, and it's like I don't even want to bother listening to this guy anymore. I've got friends of mine that are, in some of what some people would call the worst, places in Montgomery, Alabama, because what the heck?
What?
I heard myself echo.
It was probably slapped back on my own microphone.
Yeah. But
my microphone coming back to you.
Yeah, I've got some of the worst people that live, or I've got some good friends that live in some of the worst neighborhoods in Alabama, and I'm friends with them, and they don't even agree with what's going on. They agree with the ranchers and things, and I actually have a friend of mine, Wanye, he lives in Chicago right now. He said this Bernie Sanders guy sounds like he's just a kook.
Just another one of those super Jew liberals. I don't know. I guess. I'm not trying to make it sound anti-Semitic, but the track record has not been good.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's the sad thing. The track record absolutely sucks.
So anyway. I don't know, there's been so much going on the last couple of days. Somebody had a freaking seizure in the chat room because I said something about a hat or something.
Oh, yeah. I was there for that. Yeah, he just completely lost his stuff, man. It was just like, wow. You gotta find humor in things, or otherwise you go nuts constantly looking at this.
Yeah, Vinny Eastwood. You got to find the lighter side of genocide, or you'll drive yourself mad.
Some people just forget they have a funny bone.
Sorry, I had to go to the other room. I had to stand up. I've been sitting. I've been sitting in one or two chairs for the last 2 hours. So. Oh, anyway, area code 702-605-4277. If you want to call in, I'll take some calls. I don't know how long I'm going to stay on. I'm really quite bushed. So we're getting ready to move into transition over here on Studio A. Ivy West had a good show. I was going to feature her show in tonight, but everything, and all this other crap was going on, so that didn't happen. So I don't know. Give me a break. Why don't you do some talking for a while there, John?
I don't know about that, but have you been able to get a hold of Gavin Sim?
No.
It seems like a lot of people are trying to get a hold of him, but he's not talking to anyone else, it seems.
Well, it's like when all of a sudden everybody wants to get a hold of you, it's impossible to filter out who you actually want to talk to.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, I went and found a new feature in YouTube called Messages yesterday. I had some really important messages in there. Some of them going back a year that I had never seen before because they had marked them as likely spam. I'm like, what is this over here? And I go there and it's like, well, crap, this is a lot of important messages that people that wanted me to interview them, because I do. This isn't the only thing I'm doing. This is just what's been important lately. But I've spent years doing prepper shows and gardening and.
I'm not sure, but I think you're calling me back.
I have a call from 814-360. Just called in.
Yeah, that would be me. That would be me.
There you go. You're on the air.
Yeah, this is William. I'm calling from Pennsylvania, Central Pennsylvania. I remember following this all the way back to the first, I guess you would say, stand at the Bundy Ranch.
Right.
All right. And let me tell you a little bit what I do. I do psychology, history, and brain chemistry. So I've been following this because I'm applying it to, where this happened before in history. And you can go really far back and find similar events and then the outcome.
Right, okay. At first I thought you said astrology, and I was going to go, no, please God, no. Please God, no, not astrology.
No, I don't believe in ghosts or any of that stuff.
Go ahead.
All right. And the Bundy Ranch, when I looked at it, it really didn't show up in my Mack, if you know what I mean. Like, it didn't have a blip. You follow me? So this has a blip. Well, like when I do the Mack on this event and information I'm able to pull in, it actually has a percentage. Where the Bundy Ranch, was like a 1. You always have a 1, but this is higher than that. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but it's it's a bit higher. So my question to you guys is, because you're real close to it, is how much energy would you say is behind this compared to the Bundy Ranch?
Well, it's roundup time now. I mean, at the Bundy Ranch, the feds, specifically the BLM, they got a bloody nose, and they've been very upset about it ever since, and waiting for their opportunity. And they have literally used this to begin a roundup of all the guys that were involved in that. There was a huge amount of trusting the internet and false sense of security at Bundy Ranch by taking pictures of snipers on the bridges and stuff like that, pointed at the federal government that should have never been done, in my opinion.
I agree. I agree. But see, you have a lot more sheriffs now, for example, than you did back in Bundy Ranch.
Well, yeah.
You have more counties and things like that.
Yeah, as a farmer, whether you're farming 1,000-year-old trees or a season of crops, it starts with a seed. And the seed is pretty innocuous and small. But, I plant, the biggest plant I grow comes from the smallest seed I've ever seen, and it's called tobacco. The seed is freaking microscopic. I mean, it's hard to even manage those seeds. You have to use tweezers to plant them in their little starter plugs.
Man, I put tomatoes for bed.
and it makes it an 8-foot, 14-pound plant.
Right.
You know, so the Bundy Ranch was the seed, and where the seed got, so what we got? So what's going on with the crop? Is this forest or crop is going? I don't know. Are they just going to burn the forest? Seems to be the point now. They're. I'm getting the impression that the governments, corporations, banks, all these people that are involved in this mess, have gone. See, you just don't mess with us, because if you mess with us, stand up, exercise your rights. Say anything they want to do. If you try to go against it, this is what will happen to you. You might even find yourself face down in the cold snow in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Right.
This
See, when you play, if I can, I'm always trying to get these observations out real quick here.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to totally.
I don't mean to interrupt. I don't mean to interrupt anybody. If I do, just tell me to shut up.
No, I said I didn't mean to interrupt you. You asked a question, and I was answering you in extremely long form. Sorry.
Well, that's good. That's good, because that's a lot. You gain information. This has been going on for a very long time. I almost forgot my question now. You played a video, I think it was yesterday, where you had a 10-year, I think he was an Army vet, African-American gentleman, and he was talking about how to adapt, situational awareness and adapting to it, not fighting against it, adapting to it, which I thought was very interesting, because that's a way that, this culture here, the American people, can go. Just adapt to it. Because there is no fork in the road. I've done the math on. There's no fork. You can't go right or left. You're going to end up at the same location no matter what fork you take. What needs to be done is, I heard it from somebody, I can't remember, is brakes need to be turned on and things need to be rolled back. Like, things need to be taken away from the federal government. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you really have to have enough people to actually do it. I mean, there's a lot of. Most of the people that are watching this, that are for it, really are quite small numbers in the scheme of the 250 plus million people in this country. They're in the under, I would say under 100,000 people who even know what the hell's going on. There are people I know that are like, what are you talking about? What's Oregon? Where's Oregon? Is that over in Australia? It's just that kind of mentality. Or Lavoy Finnegan. Who's Lavoy Finnegan? Who's the Bundys? Well, Refuge. Most people don't know this because it's not really even been in mainstream media, except for in byline form.
Well, it's never going to be. It's never going to be in the mainstream media. It's never going to be in the mainstream media. President Bush, when he was in office, he was asked directly, I'm sure you can find the video, does the government put out news stories? And, how come the American people aren't told about this? Like the CNN, Fox News, the mainstream, not local. And maybe it trickles down to local, and he admitted it. And he got a little fluffy about it, like, well, what should I put on it? Yeah, agencies and the government put out what's called a news packet. You could probably just put in Google right now, George Bush reveals government news packets. And he admitted it. He just admitted it. So you're never going to get information there. The internet, I think, is where the information is. That's where I get my information.
Yeah, well, a lot of that information is skewed and it's covered up. Area code 303, if you could just please stand by for a minute. We'll get to you. Be patient as we add callers in. Anybody that calls in, just please try to keep your background noise to a minimum, and we'll call your area code when it's your turn. But yeah,
I want to hear what the other gentleman wants to say, because I interrupted him twice. The other gentleman on the line. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. Anyway, and the seed wasn't even really started at Bundy Ranch. The seed of discontent has been going on for a long time. You could take this back to the 60s, and Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Kent State, and now, you have people that were way worse than anything the Bundys were doing. Namely the Weather Underground are now best buddies with Obama. I mean, think about that, Bill Ayers.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of history there. There's a lot of injustice there. I mean, that's just what humans do. Since humans have been on this planet, it always ends up the same way. I hate to say that because it sounds like, I have no hope or anything like that or faith. But if you look through really all of human history, through different societies, what happens is actually comes to a collapse, and then people start over.
Yeah, I did a paper in college that was called "The Paradigm Towards the End of Sovereign Countries," and it was like a timeline, and I started in literally about 1000 AD and just kind of counted how all this has gone through. Stand by, just drop anchor and sit where you are. 303 is impatient, and I keep hearing him trying to talk. So area code 303, you're on the air. Who dat? Where you at? What you got to say?
I'm in Colorado, and I was invited to the Bundy Ranch during the anniversary, in which case we met Michelle Fiore, and we're trying to get a hold of her. I was with Columbine victim Mark Taylor. If you people would please Google John DeCamp, Mark Taylor, you're going to hear the truth of why we suffered many deaths at Columbine High School. And it wasn't what you've been told. In fact, it's quite disturbing. The boys that committed the act of killing their classmates were victims of pedophilia. And we've been subjected to Agenda 21 tactics. I own a restaurant called the Coney Island, Colorado. You can Google that or YouTube it. We're being attacked presently by Agenda 21 enforcers who have shut the restaurant down, and they're after my water rights and my land. I'm surrounded by national forests, and I have tremendous water rights. They're wanting all of it. And we've also learned of David Fry. If you would listen to him, as he was being arrested, he says that his issue was the nuclear radiation, and it ties full circle into the people that are trying to get the uranium mines, in which case we've learned that Fukushima is the meltdown. So please, for your own safety, Google Fukushima 2016, and you'll see an up-to-date report. And also, Indian Point is now releasing nuclear radiation that's contaminating the water in the Hudson River. And I would hope that you underline what David Fry was saying as he was being arrested. He was also mentioning the Lolita Express. Epstein, you need to educate yourself as to what Clinton has been up to. And we can really expound on this because we went to Clinton to tell him that this tragedy here at Columbine was directly involved with those two boys having experienced sexual misconduct at the hands of the local sheriff, and then the FBI came in and covered it all up. So we would like to support the fact that the FBI needs to get back to Washington because they cover up for the local police officers that are raping children. And I would hope that we can be successful in moving them back where they belong. If you don't understand, Denver is considered Washington, D.C. West. We have a huge federal center here. And what they do here is they control. And we've been a victim of the Fusion Center, in which case they tried to set me up. I've been arrested twice, though I've always successfully defeated them in court, but it's cost me my home and now business. And I'm planning on leaving to Australia as a refugee. So I would hope that you people understand that we've stood up for what is right here in trying to protect your children. So please go to Mark Taylor, John DeCamp, and you'll hear John DeCamp, who's quite famous in his own. He wrote the book, The Franklin Cover-Up, and he was the first man to sue the Catholic Church for sexual behavior. And we would hope that you would believe him when you hear him on the Stan Monteith show stating that these boys that committed Columbine were being used by their law enforcement handlers for their own sexual needs and purposes. You can also type into your computer Columbine families demanding, and you can also hear John Camp on that radio show. And we can also include Pete Santilli, number 237. This is the first interview we had on the Pete Santilli show, in which we exposed on his show that the Columbine shooters were being raped, in which case he had actually, just a few months ago, had the Sandy Hook investigator, Wolfgang Halbig, on his show, and Wolfgang Halbig agrees and has always been supportive in trying to get Mark and Donna some justice here. And in this case, I've been protecting these families, and now I'm under assault by the 21 enforcers. I'm facing a $33,000 fine for having perfect water. They've already closed my sewer system down, so with no water, no sewer, I'm out of business. And then with the threat of a $33,000 fine, that was their, if I have to face that kind of exposure, I'm going to have to close the business because I can't afford those kinds of fines. And obviously, they're after me. One of the top shelf Obama political favorites, her name is Lily Griego. Type in Lily Griego Obama, and you will see that she is introducing Obama to the crowd that comes here to Colorado. Remember all the connections that Colorado has with the DNC. They did their last conference here, and obviously these connections go very deep in Colorado. So I just hope that you will do your investigation like we have. We're good people trying to protect children, and instead we don't have any of the cooperation from the government. And they think it must be okay for police officers to rape children and provoke them into school violence. And we've learned that that's what was happening with Adam Lanza. He was a Columbine copycat.
Right.
So I encourage you to do your investigations, but we do need your help.
All right, no problem. It's kind of hard to have dialogue with you because you're not leaving any space between words. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. And this pedophilia in our nation is absolutely random. I was involved as a contractor in Florida with a task force bringing down a very specific child trafficking ring that included everything: child porn, child trafficking, and snuff films. Bringing these people down, it was just so horrible. I helped them through. Early on, law enforcement didn't even have a clue what the internet was, and there was a different kind of dark web at the time. It was called news groups, or they called it news groups. It was kind of an underground thing that all this was used. That's back when HTTP and web browsers weren't really the main thing that you used to get on the internet. It was news groups, Gopher, stuff like that.
Okay, I just hope that you get this through to Michelle.
All right, you have a good. I have no way to contact Michelle.
Well, that's our problem. She's so busy right now, and I've got emails off to her.
All right. Well, we'll have everybody will take a look at what you said, I'm sure, and you have a great evening, sir.
And if you want to have a place where you can stay here, we're in a beautiful spot on the river, and we welcome campers. And truly, we have the facilities here to where you wouldn't have to overtake a government building. We can accommodate, and we just need your help. Thank you so much.
Not a problem. All right. You have a great night.
You too.
Is it okay if I say something right fast?
He's going. He needs to go hit his inhaler, I think.
Just slightly. He seemed to be, he was, I guess you could say he was very passionate about what he was saying, but he did actually bring up a couple good points.
Yeah, a lot of good points. Almost too many. It was information overload a little bit.
Yeah.
But he made a lot of good points.
Well, the one point I want to point out is actually something in which I recently have been looking into myself, dealing with some of the contract renewals, dealing with some of the nuclear facilities. and how the contracts are getting more lax on the rules and regulations. And so now we're having these nuclear stations that are reaching rad levels that are very dangerous for a populace around the area. And there's no telling if we're going to be able to see immediate effects. You know, people think radiation, they think Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles or something. But it's more menacing than that. It's, you know, it gets into the food, it gets into the water, it gets into the soil. It causes genetic mutation for cancers, horrible things. And he did bring up that point, and that was something I wanted to say my piece on, because it is true dealing with some of these, you know, nuclear facilities, and the fact that they bury the nuclear waste on site doesn't really help the situation, because we've got growing destabilization in certain areas dealing with fracking causing sinkholes, and you know, we've got seismic reactions happening in places where there normally are no seismic reactions. It's only a matter of time before these lax rules on these nuclear stations is going to cause a serious problem when, say, a 0.8, you know, an itty-bitty little earthquake goes off, and one of these very important pipes that keeps the reactor cool breaks.
All right. 814, did you have a response?
Yeah, sorry about the dogs. I'm getting nervous. I heard a door shut outside my house, and I live in the middle of nowhere.
Oh, your dogs had a response.
I'm all right. I give up. Anyway, yeah, the gentleman that called, I was trying to decide if, and I don't mean to be disrespectful, but it's kind of like so much information going from, you know, teenagers getting raped by cops to Fukushima, you know, to the nuclear thing. And I actually have heard that recently from somebody I know in Texas. He's been putting out a lot of information about these plants, like leaking is the way he puts it, almost. There's too much radiation going into the ground, and it's a problem. Everything else, I don't know. It sounds like a lot of fact-checking or authority drip. I don't know. But the Fukushima thing, when that came out, there was a lot of misinformation about it. People were saying that winter when it snowed, the snow had radiation in it. And it bugged me so much, I swear to God, I asked somebody over at Penn State to please use your nuclear stuff and test the snow and tell me if there's radiation, you know, besides normal background radiation. And he said, well, the student's going to think he's being punished or something for doing that ridiculous test. But I have heard over the past week or two from this guy in Texas about this problem with the nuclear plants. That might be something, you know, that it could be a big problem later.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I've been following all this stuff. You know, I'm kind of new to YouTube. Just, you know, with this in just a few weeks. I've been planning this for a while. But quite honestly, there was not a reason to do it, because you can't grow a channel, you know, reporting about your tomato plants. Not really. I have a radio station that we run. It's a talk radio station. It's 48 hours a day, because there's 2 studios running 24 hours a day. Looks like somebody didn't show up for their show now that I'm looking. But, anyway. So, you know, it's kind of common. You know, a lot of people, they'll educate, they try to know everything about too many things. And it works better if you get a whole bunch of people and they all have a niche that they go research and report on. That way the details are correct and poignant instead of strange. I got to go deal with it. John, take this. I got to go deal with another problem.
No problem, Hawk. But yeah, I understand what you're talking about, dealing with what's going on in Texas. I've got a friend of mine that moved out there recently, and he was telling me the same thing about how it was in some of the local news. And what I think is funny is, you know, recently in the news, a lot of problems are all of a sudden just erupting, you know, all over our country. And 99.9% of it can be traced back to either somebody wanting to take a shortcut somewhere to save money, or somebody wanting to make mad profits. And it sucks. It really does. And
well,
I've noticed
that's actually what happens if you look through different civilizations. It doesn't matter the size of it. Okay, people started something, they want it to be a certain way, and then you follow it through its pattern, and it's always had a pattern, which is interesting. And you'll see in the pattern that a lot of things go wrong at the same time. I mean, it's just a common theme. Yeah.
Yeah, and you're right there. If people would look back at history, dealing with other civilizations, they'd understand the direction in which ours is going. With how everything has been going on, see, one of the things I like the most is history. I like to watch history. I like to read about history. History to me is very important. And a lot of people don't even know their own country's history, and it's appalling at times. And what I find funny is the fact that if you look at how our nation is going currently at this present rate, we are going to follow the same way in which the Roman Empire did. We were great. We lasted for so long. But because of us forgetting our past, our history, we're forgetting our roots, how we were started, where we began. And that's going to end up causing a lot of problems.
Well, there was I think it was a senator a long time ago that said republicanism and republics and democracy can work for a very short time, but they have to be reset constantly, because as soon as the voter realizes he can vote his vote largest from the treasury of its own government, that's the only way they will vote from that point on.
That's interesting. That's interesting, because actually Rome split before it really collapsed. You had two Caesars, and they were brothers. So Rome split basically in half first, and then.
Well, yeah, you've seen the left. Kennedy was the last good Democratic president I think we ever had, and he got killed for trying to take down, the Fed, the Federal Reserve. Ever since, every time we get a Democrat in office, the way they get in office is by promising free money, and with Obama's big thing was free health care, and it wasn't free health care. It wasn't even free health care, sorta. It was a socialist construct that had nothing to do with free. It had to do with the government getting control of the health care system completely. And actually, I was working until about a year ago for the health care system as an IT med tech. I went around and fixed. I'm qualified to work on Da Vinci. I worked on all these different. Some of them were controlled drug medication distribution machines within the hospitals. It was basically a glorified candy bar machine, honestly. Databases and blood pressure machines and CT machines and all that kind of stuff is what I did. And then the company had to sell out to China because all of the new regulations brought on made it impossible for them to make money anymore, and I ended up getting my job insourced. They brought Chinese people into this country. They brought Chinese people into this country to take my job because they thought they were paying me too much. My actual job description and training and degrees actually says I should have been making $90 an hour, but I was working for $25 an hour plus travel expenses. And when the Chinese company took it over, they thought I was making too much.
Well, that's how it's been going in a lot of the country. I mean, there's a lot of people that have got the same story and talking about Obamacare. I know guys that used to work one really good job, and I'm talking about it was a good job where they were, they weren't making amazing money. They weren't making anywhere near 25, but they were making, $12 and $13. And then when Obamacare came into effect, now they have to work 2 and 3 jobs because they can't get full-time wages because these big companies don't want to give them full-time.
Exactly. And, oh, by the way, now I need to let you know and make everybody really freaking nervous. We're actually dropped onto Studio A, the live stream here. So I'm going to give out the number one. It's 702-605-4277. We're actually on Studio A with 89,000 listeners, just audio. So now everybody can be really nervous.
I'm getting over it.
You know what? I've been doing this so long, I don't even care. You know, I used to get excited when we had 100 listeners, and it's like, okay. And then I realized 100 listeners isn't nothing. That is just like, actually 89,000 listeners is what? The population of a small town.
Actually, that's less than the one I came from.
Yeah, so anyway, so that's, if you want to call into this show, it's 702-605-4277. We're just basically talking about the disaster and destruction of our country is kind of what we're talking about right now.
More like Big Joe.
For people on Studio A, it's wondering where Terry Joyce went. Her boyfriend is Steve Kelly, and I fired him the other night, so she left along with him, which is, that's her choice. I'm not going to fault her for it. Stand by your man, whatever. So she's gone over to American Freedom Radio, since the owner of that place finally got out of jail for selling meth, and his 37 listeners. So whatever.
Wow.
So you said I should be nervous? Listener.
You know what? I'm being a punk. I'll just shut up. Everybody can do their own thing. I don't care.
No, it's funny you say that because, actually fear is, a lot of people use fear, but it's false. It's like made up fear. You know what I mean? I don't know. I guess I'm getting into psychology part.
No, I'm not talking about Sherry, our YouTube reporter. I'm talking about somebody else. Or maybe you misunderstood me, or I misunderstood you. I don't know. I'm not talking about Sherry from Readout News.
Well, it sounds like you had a really nice job there. What were you doing? You were calibrating instruments, right? You said blood pressure cuffs and stuff.
Yeah, and blood cleaning machines and all that kind of stuff.
You could have retired on that. You could have worked that job until you retired, and you would have had a nice retirement.
Yeah. Well, I was.
That's part of the problem. That's part of the problem that it went to China, and you lost that job that you were good at.
Yeah, actually, I was a private contractor. I worked for myself. I met my boss in 7 years 3 times. The day he interviewed me. About 3 years later, they did a parts audit because I usually carried about $500,000 worth of parts. Understandable. And then the day I turned in my parts, that was it.
Wow.
It was kind of a nice job. And if I didn't want to work, or I was busy, or didn't feel good, since I was a private contractor, I go, I got to work today. I don't want to take this job. I don't want to do 30 hours this week. But that wasn't usually how it went for a long time. I was on the road 12 hours a day. But quite honestly, my ass got tired.
Yeah, well, pensions now in the U.S., well before 2016. I would say back in, when did we get married, Chris?
Huh?
When did we get married?
87.
Yeah, back in the 80s, you were starting to see pensions disappear, where Americans were just not going to have a pension.
Right.
Our grandfathers and father-in-laws, they all were able to get that. Things have changed. And you guys brought up Rome, how they changed their politics. They had to survive so long. They went into socialism and, they devalued their money, just like we are. I personally think you're going to see gold and silver start going out, but that's a whole other topic.
Right. And I got kind of nervous with this job anyway. The company I was working for got a contract dealing with the federal government, where they were building what they were calling federal refugee relocation camps that were all being put into rural federal prisons. One of them being in Big Sandy, and one of our guys was up there that did all that installation and put in all that really expensive equipment into those hundreds of buildings, basically buried under the woods and the trees in the middle of nowhere with no way to get out except for one road. And he used to tell me this was the strangest place he'd ever worked. There's nobody here. There's not any plans of anybody being here. And I'm like, oh, so this is actually a FEMA camp. So here's when I got worried. I got a call one day. I need you to go run a call for this dude named John, and I knew the guy. And I'm like, what's wrong with John? It's like, well, he passed away last night. Well, he's passed away last night. This was a healthy dude in his 40s. He said, we're all trying to figure that out. He went home from his work Friday night when he ended the contract job up there at the thing that night. His girlfriend called the police and said she couldn't get a hold of him. They broke into his house, and he had literally bled from every place in his body: his ears, his eyes, his nose, his fingernail beds. It's like somebody had injected him with an overdose of heparin. And he bled out.
I have to admit, that's extremely creepy.
Yeah, so he knew a lot about that place, and then I got, I try not to be over paranoid, but it's like, okay, I know what this dude has been working on, and as soon as it's done, literally the day he is done, he bleeds out of everything in his body. So, and I don't know if you guys know what heparin is, but if you get over-injected, it cracks all your capillary walls, and you literally bleed out of everything, even the pores in your skin.
Well, at least that's better to contain than Ebola. I mean, that if I had heard somebody bleeding from every part of their body, I would have been automatically grabbing Lysol and rubber gloves.
Well, I don't know exactly what he died of. That was what they said was he bled out, and I'm saying that sounds like a heparin.
Didn't they?
Well, he might have had an aneurysm and bled out in his brain, or he might have had something in his digestive tract that was bleeding, and
I don't think you fully heard what I said. He was bleeding out of his fingernail beds, the pores in his skin, his eyeballs, his ears, and other places we won't talk about.
Ouch.
So he
and it wasn't from disease. It wasn't from natural cause.
I talked to him 5 days before that. He was completely healthy, and we were joking on the phone.
Nah, he was showing signs of weakness if he had issues, but I never even heard of it.
It's like I have no idea or proof of it, but that the only drug I can think of, or poison I can think of, would be a heparin overindulge. I mean, you can drink heparin and cause that.
Well, it could be a blood agent even. It could be like a chemical. Like
that's what heparin
is.
That's what heparin is. It's an extreme blood thinner.
Mm-hmm. You all heard about Justice Scalia dying today, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually looked. I was like, "Oh boy, that's not the." I mean, you have the courts that are completely split now, and you have President Obama still in office, and they're going to push to get a liberal justice on that for sure, which will send us into socialism a lot faster, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm not happy about that myself when I heard it, because that leaves another door open for somebody to put their foot in our mouths. I have to agree that I don't like a lot of what's going on right now with our court systems and things. A lot of it's a joke, and currently right now with how our justice system is, I don't trust it. I don't even trust our voting system anymore, because it seems like when the people vote, it's not them that's doing the voting, it's who has the bigger wallet.
Yeah, I personally don't see one candidate that I would have confidence in. Last time I voted, I just voted. I vote, but I had to write down no confidence. I could not see a leader that had the American people's best interests basically in mind. And I don't see one now. Maybe you guys did. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
What do you think, Hawk?
Dave's not here.
Well, in my personal opinion, I haven't picked a candidate yet, but I do have to admit that if Donald Trump, and yeah, I am saying him, if he can get his head put in the right place, he might be able to do decent. I'm not by any means, saying run out to the polls and just vote for him. I'm saying people need to make up their own minds. This is my own personal opinion. Because when it comes to the voting, the most I can tell people is you need to look at the facts. You need to look at what their history is and what they've actually done. Because, candidates are going to get up in front of people and they're going to start spouting all types of things, everything. They're going to say that, if they could say that they have the Midas touch and turn, your jalopy into solid gold, they'll do it to make sure they get your vote. But everyone knows politicians lie, lawyers, and FBI, and a lot of them are full of it. And I'm respecting the language, so I don't say it out loud. But I have no confidence in currently very many of our candidates, and I'm not usually the person to pick the lesser of two evils, but if Donald Trump can get his head in the right place and stop, with some of this showboating that he's doing, then maybe he might be able to make a decent president. Maybe.
I found a picture of him today golfing with Bush and Obama.
Well, think about it. He's in a position. He's got to, he's got to smooch up to the schmucks to make sure he doesn't get assassinated, probably.
I know, but it just reminds me of that Carlin statement. It's a big club, and you're not invited.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, I was over at the other computer. So remember my video? Dave's not here.
Yep, I remember that.
I was over at the other computer trying to get everything sorted out. We're also in Studio A. You can call 347-688-2902 or 702-605-4277 if you want to weigh in. I don't have most of our normal Skype callers in my contact list at this time, but it is RevRadioYTCALLIN. That's Rev Radio YT Call-In. That's the Skype channel for the live stream.
You sound like you need some coffee, my man.
It's just, no, it's just the never a dull moment thing.
Well, that's life.
Yeah, never a dull moment.
While you guys were talking earlier, I actually had to go outside and stop my dog from chewing on a shovel. So, yeah.
Dog shovel shit. My dumb dog last night, she must have smelled a coyote. She wanted to go out at 3 in the morning. She spent all night barking and running around like crazy, and I think she ran so much she wore herself into a frenzy. And I couldn't find her this morning, and I went out, and she was fine, but she had got herself sweaty or something, and she couldn't get up because her butt was frozen to the ground. So I had to go out there and get her butt unstuck from the ground and bring her in. It's like, you numpty, because we have a way. We fixed our door where she can knock on the door, and she knows how to do it, and it rings the bell and makes a bunch of noise. All she has to do is hit the door handle, and it goes wacka 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 wacka, ding 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 ding, and it lets us know she's at the back door. She never come to let us know that she wanted back in. So apparently she wore her ass out, went over in the front yard outside here in the front, laid down, and got her butt stuck to the ground.
Yeah, mine, he's incredibly nice, but I have to admit he's still a puppy. He doesn't quite know when to hit the brakes, and he's teething on top of that. And so how I can tell when he wants in is I just listen for the extremely loud thump that comes onto the door, because he runs slap into it every time. Because he'll try to do the run at it and jump to push on it, and because the door swings, only one direction, he doesn't understand that it won't go the direction when he's outside, so he smacks into it.
Mine's a chocolate lab. She's getting a little old. She's got a little arthritis anyway, and it's not really good for her to be out in the cold. But she wasn't having it last night. There were coyotes close, and she went outside to protect her kitties. So we have cats outside, and she will protect those cats like I have never seen. And so she runs around, barks all night, and pees on every fence post for 7 acres.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm lucky down here in Florida. I don't have 7 acres, but my yard is nothing but sand. I've made multiple attempts to get grass growing, but my dogs seem to disagree with me. So I'll go out in my yard and find out that most of my grass seed's been buried under an extra 3 feet.
Yeah, well, I got labs are weird. But yeah, I got a little over. I got 63 acres. My lab, you've heard word "don't crap where you eat." My dog will literally go 40 acres back into the field and take a crap. It's freaking hilarious. Or she'll hold it for days if it's snowing until she can get that far. Labs are interesting animals.
I wish mine had that problem. He'll go like 3 feet out the door. If he's got to go, he's going to go. There's no stopping him.
Well, that's the pup for you anyway. So anyway, now we're on dogs, and now we need to get off dogs because we're off topic.
Yeah, we are.
So anyway.
Very much so. But yeah, this sum your topic up. Labs seem to have like an OCD problem, like obsessive compulsive disorder or ADD. So I had a lab also. And now I have one that's mixed with a bowl of method, and that OCD seems to be coming through.
Yeah, our dog knows several words. It's want to go, up, that means get in the van, cheeseburger, which basically supersedes all the previous words. So anyway, they're great.
But yeah, back on subject, dealing with our current standings of our nation. Have you heard anything new dealing with our economy so far? Dealing with the petrodollar and the markets?
I've been hiding from the news today. Looks like Mars tried to call us. I don't know. Let me check. I may be looking at the wrong list. I got a new Skype here, and I'm never sure whether this thing actually works. And sometimes I'll go to click on something, and my whole computer just hangs.
You could actually even go to the Judge's Court at this point, and even the Federal Reserve, Janet Yellen, they said in so many words, our economy's in a little bit of trouble.
Oh yeah, I've been paying a lot of attention lately to how the petrodollar's been doing, the price of gas, and a lot of people have yet to make the connection that gas prices actually have a lot to do with a precursor of our economic health. And with how the petrodollar has been dropping, for a longest time, there were actually pictures coming out of shipping lanes that were halted because the shipping companies would lose money. And then on top of that, we've got other companies that are going to be doing shipping across our nation that are going broke.
Baltic Dry Index is dead. We're not buying goods from other countries right now because they're not selling goods. This was the worst Christmas season on record. My family just kind of is just, we had a really nice Christmas party and everybody gave gifts, but and I think that's the way it should be, but almost every gift that was given was made by the other person that was given the gift. My wife, everything, all my wife's Christmas gifts were all made by hand by somebody. They weren't bought at Walmart.
China's exports are really low right now. Since before Christmas, so that's definitely a canary in a coal mine there for sure.
Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I thought I heard a.
No, I said because everything is so connected, what happens over in China affects us here in the U.S. You can see that every day. You go to the stock market. You can look at the Asian stock market. If you're up at 3 o'clock in the morning or 2 o'clock in the morning, and you can see where it's at and where it ends up, and then you see how it affects us here. But the petrodollar, that's huge. That's very huge. That's a big old canary in the coal mine. Whoever said that is absolutely correct as far as I'm concerned.
Our last big, the 08 drop. I remember when gas hit $1.37. That was the day the bottom came out of the market, and we're flirting real close to that number. It's $1.43 here right now.
Boy, howdy, that's low. That's low for even where I am. Our gas prices are actually pretty low, and considering it's coming up on tourist season here soon, I'm still surprised that fuel prices are still so low, because usually during tourist season, hotels are booked out the yin-yang, and a lot of things that were happening like they were last year aren't. And I'm not sure if that's because some of the new local policies that are going on, but dealing with travel, you'd think that when fuel prices would drop, people would be traveling more.
Oh,
but
yeah, and did you notice that because gas prices are low, although the government wants to give billions of dollars to bring all these ISIS jacktards into this country, I don't, the Syrian refugees, and I don't believe, but maybe a small percentage of them, because Christian Syrian refugees are not being allowed in. The only ones they're bringing in are the Muslim Syrian refugees. And, and they're spending billions of dollars on doing that, but they didn't give Social Security and disability people who need it. My sister-in-law lives with us. She's mentally deficient, and we take care of her. She's not terrible, but, she can't work or anything. And so she lives on disability. And they decided not to give them their $20 cost of living increase because gas prices were so low. I don't understand how that affects it. She doesn't drive. She can't get a driver's license. She couldn't get a driver's. Hell, I'm scared to put her on my lawnmower.
That just brings me back to something that happened actually out on the road recently. Female, I'm not saying this is all females, but, it was a young lady. She was driving. She was looking down at her phone, and I guess she didn't see us, and she just started coming over. And if it hadn't been for the fact that we were able to slam on the brakes, she would have completely sideswiped into us. And it brings me back to one of my other discussions of people are addicted to, social media. They can't help but find out
it's not that. It's just I'm trying not to be too loud. She stopped, it's an age thing. She kind of stopped at around 13 years old, and that's kind of her mental state, and she's 50. But you put her, I put her on the lawnmower to try, because we used our lawnmower or our lawn tractor, to take the trash the half a mile down the lane to the, seems like it, and she only knows 2 speeds: pedal all the way down or pedal all the way off. And we've tried to put her in a car, and it's the exact same effect. But that isn't even the point. The point is what does gas prices have to do with that? Why did they not get their cost of living increase? Because gas prices may be down, but I haven't seen food prices go down one niche. In fact, food prices have gone up, coffee prices have gone up, and they put less in the container. I drink a brand of coffee by Folgers called Simply Smooth. It used to be $8.98 just a year ago, and it was the bigger canister. Now they have cut that canister in half, and it's $12.60-something. So I'm getting less coffee for more. So if I got that same container, that would be $20-something. So
that's actually interesting, because you're out west, right?
No, I'm in Kentucky.
Okay, so I'm in central Pennsylvania, and I said, I said, have you been noticing food prices going down? Because I thought I had. And we shop this once a month. And they, but I'm seeing even red beef, ground beef was very expensive. It was over $5 a pound here. Even for the 80% lean, And I'm noticing like chicken and beef, going down here where I'm at. I'm basically still in the East Coast.
Well, some of the meat prices went down, but meat prices were up real high for quite a while because of the decrease in livestock, because of the extreme drought we had here in the Midwest and out west, and people had to actually start sending cattle to slaughter early to the feedlots and get rid of them because they could not support them. They were actually going to candy companies and getting waste and feeding cows candy with, candy waste, candy that they couldn't sell, and putting that into what grain they had to get the sugars in the cows to get them to beef up, as you would say. And then they would run them off to the feedlots and get rid of them. And we decreased the livestock population in this country by about 40% for a year and a half, 2 years, in which we had a big glut on beef and prices went down a little bit. And then once that was over with, they went up really high. And that's the reason it went high, is because there was less beef to sell. So, the demand, supply and demand. Supply was low, demand was high. And now it's starting to come up and stabilize again. And so that's why meat prices are going down.
But it's becoming more of the system. I got a funny story, if you guys are going to hear it. I love hot sausage. And I think it was Smithfield. So I used to buy Smithfield. All right? And then that got sold to China. And I used to microwave my hot sausages for like a minute, or maybe a minute 10. And it was hot. And put it in a bun, put some hot mustard on and eat it. Now, after China got their hands on it, and I bought a pack of these hot sausages, and I microwaved it. My hot sausages, I literally turned into a Vienna sausage.
Oh, yeah,
so I think that's what might be going on, is the meat industry, all the food industry is going into, some people would say it's like an oligarchy type of situation, where the corporations are taking care of all the food, not the farmers.
Yeah, and this goes back a long way. I grew up on a farm and all that, and I understand how the food system works. And we could really go in depth and go all the way back to Farm Aid and Libby's and the big loans everybody was making, and all that. But there's a big difference between meat and vegetables and the way these things are controlled in the pricing. In bread and stuff like that. But Smithfield and Tyson, it was going to be a big deal here in town because our unemployment rate had hit about 13%. Well, Tyson was going to put a factory in here, a Tyson chicken factory here, and they built this enormous factory out here on the edge of town. I mean, millions of dollars. And then China bought Tyson. And it killed that factory out there. And, they were going to be employing. It would have dropped our local unemployment rate to about 3% because they were going to be employing like 4,000 people. So that's gone now. And now somebody, explain this to me, Lucy. People bitch and moan about energy and oil and all that stuff, but yet we're okay with growing, factory farming a bunch of chickens in absolutely horrific conditions here in the United States, putting them in trucks, taking them, killing them, fast freezing them, then putting them on a tanker or a cargo ship, sending them all the way to China to be processed and packed, and then putting them back on a tanker or a cargo ship and sending them all the way back to the United States, and then putting them in semi-trucks and reshipping them all over the country instead of having, like they had, regional distribution and outlets all over the country. So the farming, regardless of your ideas of factory farming, I'm just talking about the economic sense of this. That makes no sense to me. So we have.
Well, you asked for Lucy to.
Hold on, I wasn't finished. So we have gone from having regional areas that do the farming, produce the product, take the product to a regional manufacturing processing center, then the regional manufacturing and regional distribution center, using as less energy as possible, employing Americans to do the jobs that they're doing. Instead of that, we're literally outsourcing all this to China and wasting even more energy, and I don't see how that's cost effective at all, especially in light of our own economy.
Well, it's not. It's not for, us locally. It is for the Chinese, though. If you look at how they're set up, they've got more of our businesses than we do. The United States has got very little products that they make, and the fact that a lot of these big companies do it for the labor, that's the only reason, is because how much would somebody have been getting paid at the factory there where you're at? On average, give me a guesstimate. Hawk? All right, we'll say that the average...
Sorry, Dave wasn't here for a second. I had to go check.
But
what you're talking about, you're right, it doesn't make any common sense. But I guess to make it in like layman's terms, you have to keep feeding the beast to keep it alive. You know what I mean? It's not because where we're at now in our history, in 2016 and before that, obviously, is we're connected to every single country on the planet. So it isn't where you could be like Iceland or Sweden and try to just do your own thing. That's like being isolated. That's all gone. The isolation part's all gone. So now, if something happens with China, we have to keep feeding China, because if China falls apart, so does everything else. I mean, that's really the answer to your question. I mean, it is lunacy, but you have to keep feeding the beast to keep the beast alive.
And see, that's one of my things that I feel is a problem, is because America's forgotten how to make their own products, and all we know how to do now is work retail jobs selling the products that we don't even make. And then most of us have yet to understand, why a lot of these big companies are outsourcing to these other countries. Like it was actually something I just read earlier, and I can't remember where, but I heard about it in the chat, and I wanted to check it out myself. And it was true. A company just now, it was like 3 days ago, decided they were going to move and outsource to Mexico. And so 2,000 people that are working at a factory currently that is right now employed, all 2,000 of those people are about to lose their jobs. And that's not the only thing. We've had multiple companies do the exact same thing. I mean, look at, for example, look at Adidas, the shoe company. I guarantee you won't see a single Made in USA stamp. And the reason why is because companies, the big companies which are operating on, big banks, they are outsourcing to these countries, not because it's cheaper in shipping and things. Shipping in bulk is cheap, but it's the labor. They don't want to pay a guy here in the United States $8.98 an hour when they can pay somebody in India, the equivalence of 25 cents an hour. And when you stack that up with how many employees there are, it's so much cheaper.
Right. Plus, China doesn't, contribute to pension plans, because, that's what we do here in America. That's what we used to do. That was the American dream. Like my father-in-law, he got to live that. And I remember him asking me, I think it was right before we got married. He says, you got to find a job here. He worked for DuPont. Not for DuPont, but you got to find a career, stick with it, and then you'll get a pension. And that's how you do it. Oh, yeah. And I looked at him and I said, I think the pensions are gone. They really are.
Well,
you're
you
left with
also got to look at
security.
how safety regulations are in a lot of these facilities now too. You work in a factory here in the U.S., you get your finger cut off. Well, you're going to have workman's comp. Your medical bill's going to be taken care of, things like that. If it happens over there in one of these other countries, nobody's going to blink. They pretty much they give the guy his finger and they tell him, have a nice day. You lost your job, and then he's
Yep, you're right
without a
on target.
job.
Yep, you're right on target. You're right on target with that. That's the reason why you're doing it. Plus, you're feeding the machine. You're feeding the global machine, because globally, every single country is having a problem when it comes to their economies and their people, and these wars. Like you brought up before, I didn't get your name. You brought up before about how everything seems to be going wrong at the same time, and that's a pattern. That's when you start seeing things fall apart. Now, the good part of that is people do start over again. They go through that reset. I think somebody said that, reset. And then after the reset's done, then people, the buildings are left behind, they move on, whatever, and they become, trash. And I think the old system. And then they scatter, and they go and they try to restart. And that's what humans do.
Mm-hmm. And see, that it falls back on history. Just like I was saying earlier, and I fully agree with you. We have ended up, even if it's inadvertently, become part of a global machine. And what kind of saddened my heart is the fact that a lot of the major companies that used to boast 10 years ago, made in the USA, have, gone through policy changes. And it's mainly because of, I'm not going to say it's all executive order, because it wasn't all executive order, but because of policy changes in our government, certain companies have left, and then we've invited other companies in, like the Hyundai plant in Alabama. When they came to town, unemployment rates in the cities of Montgomery and the other surrounding areas was so high that on average there was about 1 out of 10 households maybe employed that were local. And now when Hyundai came in there, it was the local government that enticed them to come in. And now, if I remember correctly, if I read correctly, Hyundai is looking at scrutiny from the federal government, because apparently the Hyundai company hasn't been following certain, what was it? It was some kind of payment thing. They pretty much, they missed a payment on something, pretty much, much like missing a, 32 cents on your car payment. And instead of the federal government looking to be, okay, we'll allow you to keep doing this, they started bringing them under scrutiny. And then they were speaking about shutting down that facility. And the local government actually had to stand up and tell them, no, sorry, we can't have you do that, because if you shut this facility down, our unemployment rate's going to skyrocket. And I just laughed at the fact that it was about maybe 3 months later, I hear Obama come on the TV saying that anybody that says our economy is, not strong is peddling fiction. And it's like, no, the only one peddling fiction is you lying sack of blankety blank that has turned out to be full of crap. A lot of people had hope. And now with how our economy's going, and with the stress on the economy, it's causing, countries to get very antsy. And when everybody ends up having money problems, just like a family of, a husband and wife with kids, when you have money problems, what happens? You're going to fight. It happens every time. And that's what we're seeing on a global scale. And nationally, that's happening even more, because we've got the federal government, which is overstepping their boundaries, taking properties and wanting to outsource these jobs to companies that are not more than likely going to employ, locals. I heard a report that there's a mining facility that's supposed to go in, and they were saying, oh, it would employ the locals. It would employ the locals, and then the company, when you go and look up the company, it actually says that their main initiative is to allow immigrant workers to work. You know, that they will try to integrate immigrants into their workforce over a period. And when I read that, it just tells me none of these locals are going to get this job. They're going to try to hire people that are outside of the area to work so they don't have to pay high insurance, so they don't have to pay high wages, so they don't have to pay the local cost of living. And it's frustrating when you look at it because it's like we have a canary in the coal mine and that little guy is croaking. And, you know, so many people out there have yet to look at the bird and realize that laying on the bottom of the cage is a bad thing.
Right. Yeah, I'm just watching this video that Hawk's playing here.
Sorry, I'm done with my rant, Hawk. If you want to cut me off at any time or bop me in the head with your wife's wiffle ball bat.
No, you're doing great, man, and you're now my co-host. I'm trying to get some stuff put together on my station. It's been absolutely, it's maddening. It seems like every time I'm in the middle of something, we have something go wrong everywhere else, and you are doing great, both of you. Just keep going, please. Thank you. Dave's not here.
It's quite all right.
I was just curious. I was just really curious, real quick, if his video came out of Canada, like somebody in Canada did this, really good job on this video and getting close up and clear, so you can see, what's going on.
Shoot the link to Hawk. He might, if he can, he might be able to show it for you.
Yeah, well, I'm watching it right now. I listened to basically the entire attempted siege, and then it was stopped, and then them guys getting out of the refuge, and people say a lot of things when they're under stress, and I don't think people realize that when you have the amount of stress that these individuals had on them. You don't know how fast the brain goes. I mean, you got the brain on overload, you got chemicals flying everywhere, and every little bit of, I guess you could say, if you have a little bit of anger in you, that's going to show. Frustration, that's going to show. Depression, that's going to show. When you're under tremendous amounts of stress. I haven't heard of any charges yet on these guys. I heard what they said they were charged with, but I've been looking for it. What are these four guys the three men and the one woman charged with? What's the charges? I found this video very disturbing. I'm really curious for the autopsy. I actually got a Google email me on the voice income's autopsy. So I wanted to see. I did see one video, and it looks like he. This is my opinion. This is the way I seen it. The way he explained it makes sense. It looked like he was actually tased from the guy in the back first.
Yeah, we did do a video on that. Running a loop right now as somebody that's found some really interesting information, but I've heard a lot of people talking, mostly keyboard warriors. They're never actually going to leave their house and actually go do anything. But, a lot of this kind of reminds me, because this is connected to the Chinese and the Russians and how we have, nobody, you could not take this country militarily for the last 200 years. So what they did is they just bought it. These other countries that couldn't just take us in a military state, and everybody's worried about nuclear war with Russia. They're not going, or China, they're not going to bomb and destroy the crap out of the stuff that is backing their bonds. This is all a big game. This is all a big game that we have been giving a very sideline view to look at. But, a lot of this, everybody's mad as hell right now. Me too, man. Me too. I'm mad as hell right now. I could go out to my window and yell, I'm mad as hell, and nobody's going to hear me. If I go out to my window and yell, I'm mad as hell, and I'm not going to take it anymore, the coyotes are just going to go, But everybody kind of be real quiet for a minute, because I remember this from a movie called Red Dawn, and it's been kind of jammed up in my head for the last few days. I'm not going to play the video because I get a copyright strike if I do. So we'll just listen to this audio for a minute. So just listen to this audio really carefully. For all you people that are as mad as hell.
Don't cry! Hold it back! Let it turn to something else. Just let it turn to something else, okay? Listen. Don't cry. Don't ever cry again. As long as you live. As long as you live, never do it. You hear me? They're gonna kill us! All of us! So why should we be different? Let it turn to something else, Manny. Let it turn. Let it turn.
You think you're tough, reading beans every day? There's 500,000 scarecrows in Denver would give anything for one mouthful of what you got. They've been under siege for about 3 months. They live on rats and sawdust bread and sometimes on each other. At night, the fires for the dead light up the sky. It's medieval. All that hate's gonna burn you up, kid.
Keeps me warm.
So you kind of get what I'm saying, right?
Oh, yeah.
You know, you guys really, you got to let it turn. You got to let it turn, not get angry, not freak out and go do something stupid.
And see, that's something I've been repeating over and over myself to a lot of these patriots that I run into, and they say that they want to go storm the castle walls, and I have to remind them that, you know, you do that, all you're doing is you're playing their game, and they'll nail you.
Oh yeah, you know, I was talking to Deacon John today. You know, he's a lawyer. He's like, you know, this is, you know, and he's right in our discussion. I mean, our ideas are the same, and in a lot of ways, we don't agree on everything. Of course, nobody agrees on everything. But he's like, you know, and he said very clearly, they're screwed. They're all going to jail for a very long time. The courts will support the system no matter what, and the worst thing they could possibly do is not go all the way to a jury of their peers, because if they go and try to play plea bargain games, all they're going to do is lose everything. See what I'm trying to say?
How can they not go to a jury? How can they not ask for that?
Say that again?
How can they not go to a jury of their peers?
Well, it's called the plea bargain system.
All right. So you're saying you think about plea bargain. Okay. I got you.
Yeah, and you know that the plea bargain system, although is an active use thing in the courts, it's not actually even legal as far as I understand it. Maybe I'm wrong.
I don't think David Fry's going to plea bargain. I think he's going to win the jury of his peers.
Oh, I hope so. Because
I mean, you know, I have never quite understood the plea bargaining, because I mean, if you're a criminal, you're a criminal. If you're not a criminal, you're not a criminal, and everybody deserves a jury of their peers. But the legal system has made it so freaking expensive to go into a jury with a jury of your peers with an actual lawyer that has your interest at heart. You know, a public attorney, very seldom does a public attorney ever have the interest of their client at heart. That is so rare. That is just completely rare.
Yeah. And it's a shame.
Yep. Did you guys happen to see the one video that was put up on Defend Your Base? And it gives you the background of David Fry. Scientifically, it's pretty much proven that your ancestors, passed down their attributes. That's why, if there's artists in your family, a lot of people in your family are good at art, or carpenters, or warriors, or whatever it may be. And that information gets passed down right to the DNA level. I found that video interesting because he was the last man there. He knew he was going to be the last man there. And when you listen to that video, it's like, oh, that makes perfect sense. And then the song that he played, I guess, when Sean and Sandy were walking out, I made the connection right away with the movie with Mel Gibson, when we were soldiers. Because he said in that movie, my boot will be the first boot on the ground, and it'll be the last boot off the ground.
Well, isn't it funny? A skinny little geek from Ohio was the toughest militia guy, or the militia guy with the biggest balls in this entire event.
Well, no. If that information is correct, Paul, about his lineage, his background of his ancestors, it makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense. I don't know if you've seen the video or not.
I haven't seen the video. I just still find it an interesting point that the last holdout, the guy with the biggest cojones of this entire 2 months of stuff, was a skinny little geek from Ohio. Does anybody not find that interesting?
I actually do, because
I don't. Hulk, I really don't. I mean, when I was in the military in the 80s, you see a big buff guy, okay, couldn't handle this getting yelled at in basic training. And then you see somebody who's having problems literally doing push-ups who had, the mental strength of a giant. You know what I'm saying?
I think you're missing my point. My point being that all these big-ass, badass, giant militia guys that have been talking smack for, talking trash against the federal government and over this event, for the last few weeks. Where were those guys?
Well, yeah. Well, I'm getting your point. What I'm trying to explain to you is, all right, that I see many people how they look. They look like they're tough. They should be over in Afghanistan. I heard a comment.
Most of those guys are stolen valor anyway. Most of those guys that say they were in the military were never in the military, and if they were, they weren't doing tours of duty in Afghanistan or anywhere else. They were unloading boxes out of airplanes into warehouses, or working in the motor pool, or whatever. So.
Right. Well, the point I'm trying to make, Hawk, I hope you understand, is his strength was, everyone says, oh, you need a lanky geek, whatever, his long hair, smokes pot. But where his strength is in between his ears. You see what I'm saying? Like that, he had the biggest muscle out of all of them.
Oh yeah, you know what? Okay. I think I'm seeing where we're saying. I'm presenting the question to the public. I already know the answer, and you're telling me my answer. I'm presenting the question to the actual listeners. We're all, in here in this 3-person group. We're all preaching to the choir. So that was I was making the point to the listeners. Do you not find it strange that, the guy with the biggest nuts was, or the biggest cojones, or whatever you want to call him, was the skinny geek from Ohio. Not all these these big giant tactical geared guys, but the little skinny guy, little skinny tech guy from Ohio, ended up being the last one that had the balls to stay.
Yep.
Well, see, what I find funny is, it's just like history. You look back at the actual Revolutionary War. It wasn't the, big bad guys that, fought for our country. The people that fought for our country were farmers. They were local citizens that a lot of people had no idea would stand up and fight. And they ended up doing just that, and they won.
Yeah, half naked, with the last of their clothes wrapped around their feet, bleeding in the snow.
Exactly. And a lot of people have forgotten that it's not, how much, you spend on survival gear. It's not the guns. It's not, having, the ultimate, setup dealing with alternative energy and things. It's your mind strength. It's the strength of mind.
The word
because
is
without
tenacity.
that, it's nothing.
The word is tenacity.
Yeah, once you lose that, once you lose the ability to make rational decisions in, a situation, you're done.
I agree.
Yeah, just all kinds of stuff that takes over.
There at the end, it was kind of clear to me. David knew it was done. I really listened. And no offense, I mean, look at them. They've been there for how many weeks, living in a cold tent and doing this and that in a very remote area. I quite honestly, David shut up for a while, and I still wonder if Sean put him in a duffel bag with duct tape on his mouth. Whether he did or not, this is not meant to be disrespectful in any way to David Fry for all these people, because, I support anybody that will stand up for themselves at any point, but I wouldn't, I'm not the guy to say, and I would never be the guy to say, pick up arms and go do violence to anyone for any reason whatsoever. It's like, there's got to be a better way to do this. And I'm just hoping that now that people have actually, this event has actually brought so many people to kind of sit up and perk an ear. People that I know, they have no idea usually what I'm talking about, are now setting up and perking their ear. And if we let this fade away, that's a bad thing, because this can't fade away. I had some dude report me to the FBI saying I was trying to incite armed violent revolt against the federal government or something like that, which is absolutely untrue. You guys know I've never said any such thing. But, it is time for us to, the only arms I can think of is our minds and education, and we need to start educating each other on the actual facts here. The facts and the truth and the reality of getting people to wake up. And the biggest thing is education. Because
and see the one. Go ahead.
People are so incredibly uneducated into the facts. Because
it's your attention span, Hulk.
That's been the plan all along, is to not educate people. They stopped teaching government as a required course in high schools, I think in 1987. And they stopped, and in 1987 they also ended another required credit to get out of high school called current events, in which you learn to read the news and decipher it. I had to take it in high school, both of them. In fact, I got in trouble and won a case against my government teacher who was telling bullshit and lies to everybody. I told him he was wrong because of his interpretation. He told me I was a stupid kid and shut up and sit down. So I stood up And I said, you are lying to us because I can very clearly read this history and this stuff and this Constitution, and you are telling me lies. And he got up in my face, and I said, you're lying to us. You're supposed to be our teacher, but you are doing nothing but lying to us. You're just telling us lies. And he punched me in the face.
Well, they could do that back then.
Literally. So I punched him in the face right the hell back.
And nowadays, if a kid eats a Pop-Tart in the shape of a gun, he'll get suspended.
Oh, yeah.
You know, well, going back to the, I'm going to take a step back here for a moment, considering how, we've actually, gone in a good ways. But dealing with David Fry, I got to admit, that guy, he does have some serious cojones. And, I think the reason why nobody stood behind him, and this is my theory, my opinion, is the fact that the people that were there were too afraid of what they would lose. They were too afraid that they would be taken away from their families. They were too afraid that they'd be taken away from their normal life. And that's what a lot of these people don't understand. If you guys, I'm speaking to every patriot out there that's listening right now. If you don't stand up and start doing something soon, you don't start speaking out, you don't start airing yourselves, this is going to be in your front yard. That is not my opinion. That is the truth. It will be in your front yard, and it will be in your grocery stores. It will be on your streets, and then it will be too late. Because if you don't stand up and do something soon, if you don't stop thinking, you're going to do all
and
that.
I am trying to bring into our fold a pastor out of Tennessee. I can't remember his name now. I'd have to go look it up. He is a black man that works as an activist within his own community, and he has some incredibly good points. And I'd like to bring him into our fold to start talking about this, because here is the scariest thing possible to those that want to destroy our freedoms, is the fact that once the racial divide realizes, all the people in the different racial economical divides realizes we're all staring down the same barrel of the same jackboot gun, that has to be making, I'm sure they're making tea in their underpants. We have a new caller. It's Mitt Zip. How you doing, Mitt Zip? You're on the air. Who dat? Where you at? What you doing? What you got to say?
Hey, yeah, this is Mitt Zip. I got on to tell you something that you might find interesting, something I've been working on, and I'm finishing it up tonight. It's basically a complete internet data dump of this whole Oregon situation. It's sitting at about 113 gig right now, and I plan on putting it up on BitTorrent. Wow. So, would you like to hear the highlights of what's included?
It's up to you, Hawk. I have no problem. I wouldn't mind.
Yeah, give me the highlights, and I also need an email on that so I can also dump it on my own site as well. I have an unlimited server, co-located server with a terabyte of data storage. So.
Yeah, I haven't gotten a whole lot of sleep in the past, well, almost since this started, because of archiving all this stuff. But
well, yeah, I know. I'm right there with you, buddy.
Yeah, so here's some highlights I put together. The entire leaked data dump of the Hammond case, some 650 pages from Pete Santilli. The highest quality of the Lavoie ambush, quote-unquote unedited, from the FBI servers, not YouTube. Lavoie's entire YouTube channel, which went offline for a bit. I thought it was gone forever, but it's back up now. David Fry's entire YouTube channel. Pete Santilli's entire YouTube coverage since he started. Revolution Radio's entire YouTube coverage since you guys started. The entire PacificPatriotNetwork.com mirror browsable offline. PDFs of all booking pages, all press releases from all sides, all unsealed court documents, all contact information, including 140 other Portland FBI, and over 800 videos, many of which are hours long.
My man, I'm just going to go ahead and tell you right now, you need to find a way to get that to a safe place. I suggest finding yourself a couple external hard drives, copy that, give them to friends, and don't let anybody get a hold of that, because I have a feeling that information is going to be valuable.
Well, also, wherever it is, I need you to let me know so I can go grab it myself, because I have 37 servers scattered across the planet that I can mirror this 37 times.
That is excellent. I've already personally mirrored it across the world on several different servers. I've been keeping it up to date as I've been going along, just in case. But the more the merrier. That's why I'm putting it up on BitTorrent, so everyone can download with the least amount of bandwidth usage for everybody, and we can get it out as far as possible.
Can I make a suggestion?
What was that?
Sounds like you've collected so much information. It's incredible. I'm like totally impressed with how much time you spent on this event in our history. Why don't you take it a step further? Try to make a documentary. You know what I mean? Make it part of history. You already have all the data, all the information. You went that far. You know, this is somebody who's doing something. Like, people ask, what can I do? Like, this guy right here, he did something. He collected all that information. You know what I mean? Now maybe you can be make a documentary out of it. I mean, I'm like beside myself. I'm totally impressed.
Well, I'm a firm believer. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I said like people always ask, well, what can I do? You're a perfect example.
I appreciate that, and that's what started it. Was I was just thinking, what can I do with this? And I happen to have a few servers with some very large pipes that can download this stuff with, from command line, with like the YouTube downloader app and stuff like that, which I found out works for Facebook and about SoundCloud and about every other thing in the world. And another neat thing is that it sets the modified time for each file as the upload date and time. So that means that you can sort chronologically, not when I download it, which is very helpful. But I do plan on mining this data for years to come, and trying to put together videos, especially Lavoie compilations potentially and stuff like that. But I'm a big believer in decentralized everything. And so this is my part to put it out to everyone else, to give everyone else the data and see what everyone else can do. And that's, if we all do our little part, that's a powerful thing.
Exactly. Well, anyway, as I said here in our message box, link me up and I will disseminate that into some, we'll decentralize that some more. I have some untouchable servers in the Netherlands that I pay a pretty penny for. So
nice. That's perfect. And it actually is going to take a little bit for me to get it to you, because to generate the torrent file.
No, you don't have to send me the data. I just need a link to the data, and I'll go get it myself.
Right. Well, that's what the torrent file will let you do.
Oh, okay.
And the problem is it has to hash all that data. Last time I generated a torrent file for testing, it took an hour, and that was back when I was at 80 gig. Right. It's at 113 now. So, and I'm closing it off tonight. I've run out of space just about on one of my servers, and so then to seed it, it has to verify the hash, which took another 30 minutes, and it's probably going to take an hour. So it's going to be late tonight, early in the morning before you might see something.
That's cool. And also I am a member of a extremely private torrent group, and we'll get it out there, which is mostly anonymous.
Excellent. Yeah, because I'm not, and I was digging around trying to find some places to post it on some torrent sites, and there was. It was. I hadn't really looked. I've been busy with other stuff, but at first glance, I couldn't tell which ones were the most popular. Of course, Pirate Bay's gone for a long time, but they still kind of index stuff. I'm not. Anyway, so getting it out to those folks would be great, because they know where to go.
Right. Yeah. This is a closed torrent group.
And see, what this guy's doing is awesome, considering how a lot more people need to be doing something similar. We need to have people out there looking for facts. We need to have people out there that are dealing with, government officials trying to get files unsealed. We need to get the truth, because we have, as I'm seeing on the YouTube right now, we're having the Lavoie, drone footage going, and I have yet to hear anything from anybody talking about, oh, well, we have, body camera or dash camera. We have nothing with audio, and so we're having to take their word for it.
Well, we
and
know.
we
Hey,
need people
listen,
getting info.
listen. A news report came out with several pictures of them arresting Ryan Payne. When they say they don't have dash or lapel camera footage, they're fucking lying. Because that's the
that's a duh.
unless they called Coin, Koin, and they already knew this was going on, and they were already sitting there with the freaking camera, then there was dash cam footage. Crap, I'm sorry, I forgot. We're on Studio A, that's FCC, because I'm going out on FM. But anyway, still, it's BS. Because we know that's there. We do know that Koin, Koin, was at the far end. Because they took some pictures and knew this was happening, but they were not at the initial stop. So there are two pictures of Ryan Payne on his knees being handcuffed. So for state police or FBI to say that there is no footage, no pictures, no footage, is a complete and total lie. This whole thing is turned into a lie. And they know that they have lost the narrative. They know that they have been caught in a lie. I don't know what they're doing about it, but if you'll pay real close attention to FBI.gov, they are incredibly silent about all of this.
Well, that's because information would condemn them.
All right, two people talked at the same time. Go ahead.
Go ahead, sir.
Well, the reason why they're staying so silent is because, if real information gets out there, it'll condemn them. And they won't be able to stop it then, because then they will know that, they've messed up. Because if they actually put out the real information out there, well, we're already going to know what they're talking about because we'll hear it on the audio. They don't want anybody to know what actually happened. They want us to stick to the narrative that they have given us. And people are demanding truth. And that's, part of the reason why they're not saying anything at all, because they don't want to condemn themselves and prove anybody right. They want us to stick to what they want us to believe.
Right, but you know the old saying, right? And this is part of the problem. You can't win a lawsuit against City Hall. But in Philadelphia, that's what they say. You can't win in City Hall.
Yes, can't fight City Hall.
Right. So there's no accountability for mistakes.
Oh,
all right, or outright, what the Patriot movement, as far I gather, is right out tyranny.
Oh, tyranny's been running rampant all over the country. Everything from local governments to the federal government. That's just, that's one of the biggest things, that if somebody doesn't look around their own communities and notice, then, I don't know what to tell them. They need to make sure they read warning labels.
Yeah, I don't think, the average American can understand how far down the road of socialism we already are. We are very far down that road. Way far.
All right, and again, I want to give our call-in number 702-605-4277. That's 702-605-4277 or 347-688-2902 if you'd like to call in. The Skype channel is, what is it again? I don't even remember. RevRadioYTCALLIN. That's Rev Radio YT call in. Anyway, continue, gentlemen.
Well, actually, before we continue, Hawk, I'm going to have to call it a night. I made a promise to my fiance that when she got home, I would be hers, and I'm going to keep my promise. So you guys have a nice night, and I enjoyed talking with everybody, and I hope everyone out there listening can understand this is going to end up in your yards. This is not going to stay off in Oregon. This is not going to stay in a faraway place. If you don't do something soon, if you don't voice your opinions, you don't start coming out. Put the color aside, put the religion aside, put the BS aside. And if you don't start standing up, you're going to be mowed over. All right, Hawk.
All right.
Have a nice night.
Hey, John, real quick. I'm going to run your night because you won't be able to stop hearing this in your head for the next several hours. Chicka wow wow, chicka chow. Chicka wow wow, cha cha. Good night.
Yeah, ha ha ha. All right, Hawk. You have a good night.
Gotcha.
Later. Zip, it was very nice meeting you. And 814, I didn't catch your name. People just call me Gray Ghost. It was very nice talking to you. So y'all have a good night.
You too. Night.
Later, John. Anyway, so anybody got any sum ups? We've not had any more calls. It seems to be we haven't had any blood, guts, gore, or Jerry Springer stuff going on. So numbers have been incredibly low, and I'm not sure why. I would assume. And I'm a little confused as to why nobody from Studio A is calling. There's like 83,000 freaking people over there. Maybe they're just fascinated with us. I don't know.
That's always a possibility. But if you haven't seen that video, somebody did a lot of research on David Fry. I think that really explains why he was the last man that left. And he knew he was going to be the last one. You know, just from a psychology point of view, you know, where he came from, what he was born from.
that last several hours was, you know, I mean, he just had it. It was.
No, somebody did a video on his background, his whole background.
Well, what I'm saying is he was completely stressed out and done. That really was. There was a certain level of nervous breakdown, freak out going on there, because he knew the minute he went out of there, he was going into solitary confinement until they got done with him.
I don't know. He cooled off literally at the snap of a finger. You know what I'm saying? So.
Yeah, but still,
I wasn't hearing too many mental breaks in what he was saying. You know, he made some threats. He said he was suicidal. I didn't believe him. I actually knew, you know, that he was going to be the last one, just from watching him and studying his psychology, that he wasn't going to leave. Because we were listening to him. My girlfriend said, right. Where's David Fry? She asked me, where's David Fry? I said, he's off somewhere. He's deciding right now, blue sky or box. You know?
Right. You know, and I have to wonder if the jailer is keeping them guys in, in solitary confinement for their own safety. Because remember, when you go into general population, if there is somebody in there that knows they're going to be doing life or multiple life sentence, you know, they will shiv somebody for a few cartons of cigarettes.
Yeah, I hope he got his pizza that he asked for.
Do what?
He asked for a pizza. Going through that.
I don't think you heard what I said.
No, I heard you. I was just, commenting.
The big thing right now is that everybody's in solitary confinement, and they're trying to get them out. And I can understand not wanting to be in solitary confinement. But, you know, what I'm saying is if they get into general population, then it puts them in a condition. Oh, this stupid freaking. It puts them in a condition in which, in general population, in which somebody could assassinate them for a few cartons of cigarettes. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. And there was a woman that got arrested, and they said she hung herself, and that's I guess conspiracy. So I understand what you're saying, and just the average criminal saying, all right, I'm going to kill this person for a couple of cigarettes.
All right, well, I have a.
I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, my brother-in-law just got out of prison for. He went to prison at a late age for a hemp plant that was growing on the edge of his property, and he had to do 2 years in prison of this. And the dude doesn't leave his house because his health won't let him. So there was basically and it could have been a wild hemp plant growing on the edge of his property. One of the local law enforcement officers got a hard on to go bust somebody, and they went and they put him in jail for 2 years over a hemp plant, a wild hemp plant at that.
Right.
All right, I need you guys. I need you guys to stand by and drop anchor. I'm gonna try to get my update with Deb Jordan. Please don't interrupt her or me during these calls. She doesn't take callers or anybody else's discussion. And if you do, I'll have to hang up on you. I have no choice because we have that agreement. So I'm going to try to call Deb and get an update because I didn't get a chance to do it yesterday. So just stand by.
Hello.
Hey, Deb. How you doing? This is Nighthawk over here at Revolution Radio.
Hey, how are you, Nighthawk?
Oh, not too bad. I didn't get a chance to call you last night because we were over at the Sheriff Mack town hall meeting, and I didn't want to call you like in the middle of the night when we were done. So, I thought I'd call and get an update of what's going on out there and with Pete and the other guys, and anything else you might want to tell us.
Mm-hmm. Well, it was kind of quiet today because it's Saturday, but I did get a chance to meet with Pete. Brandon Purvis and Brooke Gresta came to Portland this weekend to go see him. He was really happy to see them, and it was just a rather quiet weekend. There's nothing much happening other than I can tell you that Pete's attorney is going to be asking for another pretrial. Thank you, Brooke. Pretrial release hearing sometime at the beginning of the week, and we'll know more about when that date's going to be. I did get a chance to speak with Lisa Bundy today. We saw Ammon Bundy's wife, Lisa, and their children coming out of the jail. They've been to visit their dad, and she did say that she had met with Cliven Bundy. She had to push a little bit to get that done because they didn't want her to visit with him. But she eventually was able to, and she says everyone's doing well. They're in good spirits, and they're ready to take this to the courtroom.
Right? Yeah, I was looking back at some old court cases of major criminals, serial killers, stuff like that. Even Ted Bundy had a bail. The bail number was so high. I don't even think John Rockefeller could have bailed him out, but he still had a bail number.
Yes. They don't do a monetary bail here in Oregon. They do a conditional bail. That means you have to meet certain criteria. You have to meet certain conditions that satisfies the judge that you will not be a harm to society. You will do what you're told, and most of that is home incarceration with a ankle bracelet, a GPS monitor. That's what they do here in Oregon. It's quite different than most places in the United States.
Well, that explains a lot. So there's no bail bondsman in Oregon.
That's right. There's no bail bondsman.
That seems a little unfair in my condition. Is that good or bad? Is that good or bad? I'm kind of confused now.
I guess I guess it all depends on who you are sitting there in front of the judge and who he decides that he's going to let go and who he isn't.
Yeah.
And in our case, in many cases that I saw, especially the first pre-trial hearing for release, was that the judge, in my opinion, had already made up her mind before anyone even came in.
Well,
she had already made up her mind. Now, some of the attorneys were able to sway her just a little bit. In that first one, Joe O'Shaughnessy, his attorney put a pretty good case, and she had already made up her mind. You could tell that she wasn't going to let Joe O'Shaughnessy go, but the attorney swayed her just enough, and it went to another judge, and they were able to get his pretrial release okay by that judge. And when Shauna Cox went in front of the judge, the prosecutor stood up and said, "We have no argument, against Shauna Cox being released at this time." So they had already made up their mind that they were going to let Shauna Cox go. She was the only one they were going to let go. But at that time, they were still occupying the wildlife refuge, and the judge made it clear that nobody was going to go until that was settled. And, of course, 3 days later, Shauna Cox was out, and Joe O'Shaughnessy was just let go at the beginning of last week.
All right.
Before.
Well, here's an observational thing I'd like to ask you. When you were in that courtroom, since they don't have bondsmen in there, which makes me have to ask what kind of court we're dealing with. The flag in the courtroom, did it have gold fringe on it?
It absolutely did.
All right, so it is a monetary court. So now I'm even more confused because...
Yeah, right?
Because
it took me a minute because I had never been in a courtroom where that happens. Oregon is a different place. I mean, it seriously is.
Yeah, definitely.
It's a very liberal state, and they have different. It's just different, their court is different. The way they handle things is different, and it's taken some getting used to.
Yeah.
One of the things that really surprised me the most was that they treat independent media like Pete Santilli and like you the same as they do mainstream media. So everybody gets treated the same way here in Oregon when it comes to the media. So the argument across the United States about Pete, whether he's real media or not real media, doesn't really fly here in Oregon anyway.
Yeah, they went out of our way. The local bunch went out of their way to try to keep us out of that meeting last night, the town hall meeting with Sheriff Mack. She almost got put out of there twice, and I had to actually call Sheriff Mack to fix it. In which we got a front row seat with our camera in there. The live stream sucked because they were in a metal building.
Yes, I know that building very well.
But we got that fixed this morning. We got the actual really good HD video out of there. That's actually part of this broadcast. Way early in this broadcast. I've been on air for about 5 hours now.
Oh wow!
But my average on air lately has been anywhere from 4 to 14 hours.
Amazing. Well, that's good work.
Hey, I put my mouth where my brain is, and right now my brain's turning into pudding pop.
There you go. I know that feeling.
Yeah.
I know that feeling.
All right. So what's coming up? Is there anything coming up that we need to know about and be looking at real tight?
A lot of things are coming up on the 24th, which right now is only 10 days away. Is the arraignment, and first up will be Ammon Bundy and Pete Santilli, and that is formal charge and a formal trial date on February the 24th. It's supposed to, but we hear that the wheels turn slow here in Oregon. That sometimes it can take up to 2 years to get a trial. Viable trial here. So
does Oregon not have the right to speedy trial clause?
They do. They absolutely do. And we are, and I wouldn't know in Ammon's case what his attorney, Mike Arnold, is going to do, but I can tell you that I believe that Pete's attorney is seriously thinking about pushing a speedy trial for Pete.
Yeah, there's just no sense in this.
And that's within 70 days.
Right, and
of the motion.
And I really hope. Yeah, I know nobody wants to spend any more time in jail than they need, but if they don't get a jury of their peers, they're going to get a jury. What they're going to do is, and you know this as well as I do, they get to watch the system fight against its own system, in which you just lose anyway. No matter what, you just lose.
Right. And we have to keep in mind that this isn't a jury of their peers. This is a liberal county here that we're in. It's a liberal city, so they're not going to get a jury of their peers. Right. It's going to be very difficult to get a jury of their peers, and there's a lot of people around here that do not understand the Constitution. They don't.
Right. Yeah.
They don't understand it.
I've been through Oregon. There's two people in Oregon. There's two types of people in Oregon, and I don't want to pigeonhole people, but there are there are a few right wing, and there's the farmers that work so damn hard, and then the rest of them just seem to be hippies.
Yeah, it's a beautiful city. It really is. The people seem to be very nice. We went to a department store today where the woman knew exactly who we were and had been following the whole story. So,
I mean, there's nothing wrong with
that's very far.
There's nothing wrong with being a hippie. I've been a hippie all my life in one way or another, but
yes. Well, but people's knowledge here of this case is far. People knowing about it is far and few between. Right. Few and far between. People on the whole that I've talked to do not even know what happened up there. They look at you and go, "No, I haven't heard about that." It's amazing because most of the stories about it here in Oregon were coming out of Oregon Live right in the city, but people, by and large, do not know about what happened up there or what the issue is. Or anything. So, I mean,
I'm dealing with that.
It's possible that they will get good jurors.
Yeah, I'm dealing with that. I'm dealing with that on a level myself. Most of the people I talk about, even locally, I have a few that they watch cable TV and see bits and pieces, but most of them are like, "What's a Constitution? Who's a Bundy? LaVoy who? What Oregon? Where's Oregon?"
Right.
Is Oregon in Australia? Isn't that an area in Australia? I mean,
seriously, I know you're being facetious, but that's not far from the truth.
No, actually, it's not far from the truth at all.
People are not aware of what's happening around them as far as politics and their government and everything goes. I would have thought that it would have been a lot more spoken of here, and a lot more people would have known, this case here, but they don't. It's pretty amazing. When you talk to people, they go, I may have heard a little bit about it. I don't know. So, they don't know who the Bundys are. They don't know who Pete Santilli is. They don't know, and it's just amazing. It is.
Does it not seem logical that when they start the lawyers get to test jurors, and it seems like it's going to be really hard between the two lawyers to approve a juror because the lawyers have to agree on jurors.
They do.
Unless it's different up there. And, no matter, you're not going to get it out of the state, so if they file a change of venue, it could get worse or better. We just don't know. It's going to be really impossible for these guys, the guys, Ammon and Pete and everybody else, to get an actual jury of their peers, or even that their lawyers to be able to approve anybody in the jury of peers unless they actually educate themselves on the history of this. And I
think the problem, I think their biggest problem here is, the fact that people don't know about the case. That's a good thing. You have to have the jurors that are going to be impartial, that are going to listen to it and not know all that much about it, and haven't been influenced by the mainstream media. That's the whole point. But the downside of that is that this is a liberal city. It is a liberal county. They're going to look at this as if these guys were, destroying the environment, and they're against environmentalism, and that's where the problem is.
Well, yeah, and everybody is so hyper vigilant about ISIS, and the minute they say, as they have armed militant terrorists taking over a bird refuge. I mean, come on, give me a break.
Right.
They're going to. That is the series of words that they're going to hang their hook on, and the prosecution is going to say that, right? That's going to come out of their mouth in the first sentence.
Yes, absolutely.
So
it is.
Anyway, I'm sure you've heard there's been a couple more guys arrested. I got some information from several sources. Some of them extremely trusted sources. Guys I worked with back when we were busting, child pedophile ring down in Florida.
Right.
That I called to try to verify some information. And I got a couple of names, and they said Operation this, Operation that, but it seems to be Operation Silent Sweep seems to be what's going on now. And I got, apparently Obama has put a task force together through the Department of Justice, not only to start sweeping up everybody involved with the Bundy Ranch, but anybody that takes any task on this against the federal government, including anybody militia, anybody that looks like militia, anybody that calls themselves a patriot, and constitutional sheriffs. Putting all these people in kind of a jeopardized position is, in which if you open your mouth, you just might get arrested.
Yep, that's kind of the feeling that everyone has at this point. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So
I mean, we do know that there were 86 that unknowns that they're looking for, and who knows who that is. So yeah, it's sending a clear message to anybody on the right that says anything or has an opinion that your liberty could be in jeopardy. Sure.
Well, yeah, they busted somebody clear over here on my side of the country in Ashland today. Over Bundy.
Really?
Ranch. Yeah, over Bundy Ranch. I don't remember the name. I get so many news reports every day, and I look at them and all these names and stuff just get sieved out of my, sieved through my brain, and I'm like, and I forget. But they got somebody in Ashland. I'd have to go dig that up. I reported it way earlier today, and I used Sherry, who is our on-site reporter, and she does all of our field reports, but she's also print media. I'm just, I do the radio station, that's audio, that's video, and she is our print media partner. And I sent that to her, so I'm sure that's going to be on Readout News at some time today. Whoever that was, I can't remember. I caught that at like 10 o'clock this morning. So, but it's looking like the roundup is going on at this point.
Yeah, that's the idea that everyone is getting. We have very little information, and so everybody's just kind of waiting and watching to see what happens next.
Yeah, definitely. And I've got no hard copy of that, folks, to just listen to that. So, I don't want anybody to think I'm crying wolf. This is just information I've got. It's trusted information as far as I'm concerned, but I have absolutely no real proof. So, just take it with a grain of salt because, I've been buffaloed before. I've been told good information that I thought was bad, and I've been told bad information I thought was good. So, just kind of run it at that.
Yeah. That's right. That's just kind of how it goes in independent media, So we have to be careful about what names we throw out there, what information we throw out there. We have to be careful about that. We have to take responsibility for that.
Definitely. All right, Deb. I'm probably going to take some downtime tomorrow. I'll call you Monday when I'm sure we'll probably have some actual more information. Thank you for taking my call, and you have a great night, ma'am.
All right, you too, sir. We'll talk to you soon.
Yep, bye-bye. All right, you two on the phone. What you got to say about all that?
Wow.
Because I need to run to the bathroom.
Gets arrested, or where they're at. There's no way to make bail. I mean that makes no sense to me whatsoever. We're not talking about somebody who's crazy out of their minds and try to shoot people up. Yeah, them people don't make bail. I find that weird. How is that possible? That's the first thing.
Yeah, it just. I think Hawkeye had to step away for a second, but I didn't know about that. The way things work in Oregon with not doing monetary bail, that just seems really weird. Of course, I'm not a bit surprised about the 2 years for a speedy trial. That's that's speedy. Some people that are rotting away right now would consider that speedy.
Right, but I've never heard of that in my entire life, where somebody can't bail out. It's like, I thought it was everybody could do that.
Yeah, it does seem a little
Never heard
odd.
of it.
It does seem a little odd. Is that the only state that does that? I've never heard of such a thing.
Never, ever.
We were talking to a rancher the other day. He got arrested for something or another. I don't even remember what it was. But he was saying he got arrested, and they ended up taking his farm. They put him in jail twice, and they took his house and all this stuff. And he said he kept going to jail, and he couldn't get out of jail unless the judge just wanted to let him out of jail because there is no bond system in that state.
Well, that's kind of scary, because that sounds like they're very far ahead in thinking this through, in taking that land, where it just so happens that you can't make bail there where they're doing it. That's a little scary. So I never heard of that, man. I mean, somebody Google that, You have a right to bail in the United States. That's crazy. That's weird.
I'm pretty sure it mentions that, it says unreasonable bail may not be set, but how they twist things around. They're like, oh, well, we'll just set no bail.
Right, but, isn't that a violation?
Well, if they don't have bail bondsmen, if you set a $100,000 bail, that means you got to walk in there with $100,000 cash. Not have a bails bondsman go put it up with you putting in your 10% in equity.
If you have a bunch of farmers out there with land for collateral, I think that would be a pretty lucrative job to have. It just doesn't add up, Hulk.
I don't know, man. I'm just kind of confuderfoot in my brain thinking about that there's a state that does not have a bond system.
I have to Google it, man. I have to see, is there bail in Oregon? I have to know. I've never heard of this before. And she said something else that kind of shocked me, too. I can't remember what it was, though. I think it's gone, guys. Sorry.
Well, this is somewhat related. Let me bring up something you talked about, Talk, just before. about people being in solitary confinement. A day or so ago, Gavin Syme led a call campaign up there to basically all the jails and authorities' offices all around, and apparently loaded up the switchboard over there and got them out of solitary confinement. But as it turns out, they were getting 1 hour a day, and now they're getting 4 hours a day, at least 4 hours a day in general population. I heard someone say, and they said that there was, TV and normal general population stuff available. So, thanks to Gavin Syme, it looks like they aren't, at least some of them aren't in total isolation now.
All right, I'm back. All right, again, phone number is 702-605-4277. 702-605-4277 if you want to call in. I'm going to start winding this down if we don't have any more callers. But MitZip and 814, you're having a pretty good conversation, so just kind of keep that up. I have some maintenance kind of stuff I have to do at the top of every hour. So, if you have a discussion you want to continue, it takes about 3 minutes to buffer down. If we don't get any more calls, I'm going to drain this off and shut it down until tomorrow.
All right, well, to sum it up, I guess, with the bail thing, in Lane County Circuit Court, they have a whole page on bail. What happens to the money I paid to be for release and so on. So, I don't know how far Lane County is from where these people are, but they have bail. So I don't know. That just confused me, guys. No bail.
Well, the question isn't really bail; it's bond. You can't bond out. There's a bailout, but with no bondsman, how do you get out of damn jail? Very few people have $100,000 or $500,000 or $1 million in cash to walk into a courtroom or the clerk of courts and say, "Here's $1 million in cash. Can I get him out of jail?" It's a bondsman that usually handles that.
All right, you're right. I didn't put the right thing in Google. Let me see here. There are it looks like 3 off the top on Google. If you put bondsman in Oregon, so they are there. I wonder if the type of court they're in, you get to be a certain type of person who can do it. I don't know. That's just weird, guys. It sounds funny to me. I never heard of that.
Yeah, like I said, I'm a little Gergenfugled, but anyway, give me about 3 minutes, and if we don't get any more calls, we're going to wind this down and get off the air. Go ahead, guys.
Okay, I've actually got something here that's a little different, but I believe it was Revolution Radio where Who Is Sincere got his interview that he was talking about today. He put out a video talking about a man named Kevin Pruis. And I don't know if any of the listeners remember that interview. I'm pretty sure it was on Revolution Radio, but it was really weird. He's sitting there talking about how he's an informant and how he was sent to the Refuge by the Joint Terrorism Task Force out of Portland, Oregon, and he's sitting there sending text messages about Bundy movements and stuff back home, back up and back to the task force. And he mentions that one time when everybody left the Refuge for just a brief period, and he says, "Hey, if you want to end this now, just come up here and lock the doors." And he never could get a response. But he's acting like he was also at the Sugar Pine Mine. He infiltrates as a patriot, but then he completely exposes himself on air. It's really bizarre. And he's been ripping people off his whole life. He's the one that ran off with all the donation money from Sugar Pine Mine, and posting lies on Facebook. I mean, just straight up informant / disruptor. And
yeah, you know what? I put him on air, and it was called "Giving You a Rope."
that you did. I mean, it was. I'd missed that one, and that was among a lot of other videos that you'd done. I was so much information was coming in. I didn't think to completely suck down all of Revolution Radio. And after I saw this, I was like, boom, I got to get the whole thing. There's hours and hours and hours of nuggets that could be all over that thing.
Yeah, you know, I had a bad feeling about that dude from the beginning. I called a lot of people and got a lot of information. I'm like, and people are like, don't put him on air. And I'm like, no, well, hell no. Hell yeah, I'm going to put him on air.
Of course, yeah, that's the best thing to do. Question is, why did he accept?
I have no idea, but sometimes you just have to give people rope to hang themselves. Quite honestly, he was way too interested in getting on air with me with his information. Most people aren't sure if they want to go on the air. This guy really, 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 really wanted to go on the air, and he said he was with the Joint Terrorism Task Force anyway, so that's a federal agency of sorts. It's private, but still federal agency.
And giveaway.
And so, I'm just like, okay, let's put him on air. And then I asked him all the questions. He said everything he had to say, and then he gave all the rope for himself. That wasn't me, man. I said I'll give all sides of the story. I always have.
Yeah.
And so you got a side of the story, and a whole bunch of rope for hanging.
I wasn't faulting you at all. I mean, everybody should have been clamoring to put this guy on to let him do, give him as much rope as he wanted. I mean, it was, I don't understand how he has a job anymore after this, really.
You know what? Me either. I just don't know. There have been so many people that are just, there has been a lot of bizarre going, on the backside of this, a lot of really bizarre crap going on with me and stuff I get in the email and all that kind of stuff. And it's been, like I said, it's all been rather bizarre. I'm going to give 10 more minutes, 702-605-4277. If we don't get any more calls, we're going to do last comments and get off the air. So anyway, go ahead, guys.
That sounds good. I was actually going to thank you for now I know at least I have had a background check done, or I will have one done tomorrow from calling into your radio show. Okay? Hopefully I don't piss the person off doing the background check and get put on a list. But if I do, what can you do? Right? Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, lists are a badge of honor these days.
All right, we have a new caller, Harry Williams. How you doing, man? Who dat?
Yeah.
Well, I don't have to say who dat, but where are you at?
I'm Harry. I'm calling from. Thanks for bringing me in. I'm calling from Melbourne in Australia.
All right, our sister country.
Yes. It's like actually, it's like the inbred cousin, really.
Well, yeah, it's like America was built on religious rejects, and then Australia was built on what was it? Prisoners.
Yeah, people starving and pinching food and all sorts of bread,
so
whatever.
So England sent everybody they considered lost or a criminal to Australia. So we're a sister country.
That's right.
So anyway, what you got to say, man?
Well, I've really enjoyed Revolution Radio, and I just want to take my hat off to you, which I've got many of, and say, what a great opportunity and what a great initiative you have to develop these types of things, develop this radio, because it allows people like us to generally have a say on things that we're passionate about, and the information that's been shared, that I've listened to the Revolution Radio for the last couple of months now, and what I'm noticing is a change in perspective of the announcers and everything. Like, things are really starting to heat up all over the world. And we are at this precipice of massive change of society globally. And it's really good that you've provided this avenue to allow people to share what is going on, possibilities that could be done, and exciting changes that are happening despite, the obvious slap in your face type of regimes that we're all tolerating at the moment.
Well, I do my best not to be Jerry Springer, but I mean, you guys you've got problems worse than us down in you live in the future, right?
Yeah.
That's always my joke. Australia is in the future.
Yeah, that's right. It's almost 2:30 in the afternoon on Sunday here. Yeah. So I've got some exciting news to report. It's a sunny day.
There you go.
Can I ask the Australian gentleman a question from his perspective on how he feels? We'll call it the Patriot movement, and other Americans are reacting to its government and its overreaching.
Yeah. Are you asking what I think about all of that? What's happening at the moment in the States?
Yeah, or if you've talked to any friends about it over there in Australia or family, about what's occurred here, what started it. I don't know how much you know about it, but just in general. I mean, what's the feeling of it there in Australia on how the Patriot movement is basically going through this with its government?
Yep. I remember watching a John movie that John Malkovich was in, Burn After Reading. Have you seen that one about the CIA or the FBI or whatever you call it? Have you seen that movie where it's everything's driven by policy, everything's driven by bureaucratic paperwork, and what I am excited about is that people are waking up in America. It's like stirring the ants' nest. They're pushing the buttons. They're getting groups to get radical in opposition towards the systematic annihilation of freedoms. However, what I am very consciously aware of is if people decide to take up arms against the government, it's the wrong move, because the government not only has more firepower, but it also has a whole policy that's global. It's got nothing to do with sovereignty of people anymore. It's got to do with policies, agendas of the people who sign the documents on, a piece of paper that's pushed across their desk. They're not in touch with reality. They're only playing the game because they have to. So I am I'm listening very closely to what's going on, and I hope that the Burns, Oregon incident does inspire people to do something positive, because it's the radicalness of burn off. We do burn offs here to keep to abate fires, forest fires or bush fires coming as well. I mean, it's just common sense. So to use legislation against people who have been doing these practices for a long time, to maintain large parcels of land is certainly very insidious. It's very wrong, and obviously, as as we all are learning, that there's other agendas out there. They want to sell things off.
Well, here is my own story. All right, so I found out recently. Well, look, in the scheme of times, recent is recent, but about a year ago, that Monsanto has a contract with the Australian Agricultural Division, whatever the name of the hell that is, in which Monsanto supplies all the crop seeds to Australia. Now, I had a person in Australia order our non-GMO, all heirloom seed pack that I distribute, and I've had to cancel that because I sent the seed pack out there, and they got what the guy I sent it to, and they said you can only have two packages of these seeds, and because it wasn't covered under the contract that the Australian government had made with Monsanto, and the rest got incinerated, and he never actually got any of the seeds because they incinerated all of them accidentally.
Yep.
So, in the meantime, I cannot send seeds to Australia.
Yes, we do have. You've heard of Bill Mollison, and I'm getting feedback here. Bill Mollison and the permaculture movement. That was started by an Australian guy, and he developed a seed bank called Phoenix Seeds, which is heritage seeds, self-seeding seeds. And there's plenty of seeds we can get here, like Diggers seeds and stuff. But I understand supporting the radio station. What I like to ask too is, do you have bumper stickers available? Because I'd like to advertise it as much as I can when I'm out and about myself.
Yeah, we have all that in our store. If you want to go up to Freedom Slips and go into our store, we got bumper stickers, coffee cups, all that kind of stuff is in there. I don't, I don't advertise that a lot. My main concern is not commercial, but it is there.
Yeah,
but I just found it. The biggest thing is I found it interesting that the Australian government made a contract with Monsanto Seeds here in America, and now I cannot send seeds, or good clean seeds, heritage seeds to Australia because of that contract.
Yep. Well, I've tried myself, actually. After my father passed away, I went up and lived with my mum for a while, and where she lives was in the Mallee region, which is wheat growing district of semi-arid area of northern Victoria, which is a southern state of Australia. And they have what's called the Mallee Research Station, which is the next sort of town down from where my parents had a house.
Well, that's an interesting name, the Mallee Research.
The Mallee,
Oh,
Mallee. It's like the region, and what they've done grain research there for about 80 years. And what happened was the federal Department of Environment and Natural Resources gave back this centre, which had a science laboratory on it, a 100-seat conference centre, an office complex off the side of that on a different wing, a 24-bed hostel, 3 bedroom houses, about 10,000 hectares of land, and everything. They gave it back to community. But unfortunately, the area, they have to pump water in. They've been pumping carting water in since the 1920s in the region because there's no water there that they could tap into. And then they put the pipeline in. But it's been pioneered by very tough families, who took the land and made some money out of it. And what's happened is over the period of time, the likes of Monsanto or Grain Corp, which is another banner under the Monsanto, corporate structures, have basically strangled the farmers' produce, and with all the types of herbicides and fungicides and all the different things, and the GMO crops in the research that they've developed. And so now they're selling off other big holdings of land to other parts of the family just to maintain some sort of living. Anyway, so what the government did, they handed back this research station to the local community to develop it. And I volunteered just out of public interest to be on the committee, the transitional development team, which involved the local tertiary education, which is Sunraysia TAFE in Mildura, and Department of Primary Industry representatives, Landcare Australia, not Landcare, Australian Landscape Trust, I think it's called, or something, and a few other interested bodies and local farmers and representatives. And what I was saying was trying to radicalize the whole plot. In other words, I came up with a suggestion, which I'd written a few years before, about growing crops to produce straw and creating straw bale housing, develop a pilot scheme of a social experiment where we could have straw bale housing, which will lower, once you build with straw bale, you haven't got any heating and cooling costs because it keeps a relatively temperate climate in the house. So, but you're teaching whole new skill set base to look at the approach of developing sustainable development, sustainable technology on this land that's been given. And plus many other things. I was suggesting hydrogen energy as a cellular suburb size type of energy device to run the whole suburb. So testing all these types of technologies, plus revitalising the rail system that's dead in that region, because the whole area is dead. It's dying. There's the highest percentage of cancer rates in Victoria. Second highest percentage of cancer rates in Victoria is there because of the side-on effects of the pollution, all the pesticides and herbicides and stuff.
You know, Harry, pause up a minute, because this actually tells everybody that, you know, this just is not an American problem. It is a world problem. It's a global problem. You know, we have a show that comes out of South Africa. Same issue. We have many shows that come out of Europe. Same issue. Same complaints. Same problems. You know, the faces may be different, but it's still the same problems. Anyway, continue, dude.
Well, it sounds like what you said is true there, Hawk. He is in the future. And what? I guess America's the last stand on the planet? I guess it is.
Well, you know, there seems to be a lot of last stances going on everywhere, you know. We live in America, so we see the American last stance, but
well, there is a difference.
I have been reporting on this, just on an American level, but on European level and everything else. But
right.
we are looking at this last stance going on nationwide and worldwide for months. You know, if you go over to our radio station, freedomslips.com, we've been on the air now for 4.5 years. And that's what many of our people have been trying to explain and do. Go to freedomslips.com and kind of get tuned in with these guys giving you this information. You know, it's like we do have some weird stuff over here, stuff you might not agree with, but, on the whole, we do a good job bringing the information and the truth out.
That's why I actually asked the question of the difference between, what just recently happened with this protest, a disagreement, compared to like over like in Europe, all right, where a few years ago you had a lot of protests and there was rocks being thrown and fires being lit. Recent protests in Germany, how them protests. I mean, it just looks so much different than this. You know what I'm saying? There was no rocks thrown at law enforcement. There was handshakes with law enforcement, and there's pictures of that. No rocks thrown.
I don't mean to, some people may take this as racist, but I wish they wouldn't. Because it is not mean to be racist. But this was a bunch of white guys doing something up there. But, you know, honestly, if it had been a bunch of any other people up there.
Just say inner city. Just say inner city.
If it had been... I'm not racist in one, even the smidgen of a bit. But if any of these inner city people that we saw in like Ferguson or whatever, you know, maybe they should have went into Ferguson and got some of them to come up with them and burned down the refuge. Went into Burns and stole every flat screen they could find. Maybe this would have went differently. You know, because the end game of these guys and the end game of what happened in Ferguson and Baltimore and everywhere else was so incredibly different in its federal government's response. Was so incredibly different, it is mind-blowing. You know, and again, I'm not trying to be racist, but or in any sort or form, because people will try to take it that way. But we just spent the last summer watching cities get destroyed, get looting, fires, burning down businesses, etc., etc., etc. And we never saw, we not once did we see the operational effect in those cities, and that because they were just too scared. Like we just saw up in Oregon, you know, ending with the death of a boy and a whole bunch of guys in solitary confinement for no good goddamn reason.
Well, I think that whenever I was seeing all the Ferguson stuff on television, my first thought was these guys are infiltrated on a level that we've never seen before in other groups. And I think one of the reasons that it went so differently, there was a lot of people that is listening to Who Is Sincere and Deb and other people that were down there or close to it. There was a lot of people that think and act the same way as what we saw, or at least think a lot in the same way that we saw that these guys doing it here in Oregon. However, there was a whole lot more people there, and there was a whole lot more, entire groups could have been controlled groups. It's not just one or two, three guys like we had here. And so it was much harder to do that in Oregon than it is in the inner city, because in the inner city, they've already got their fingers everywhere. If they want to get someone to do what they want, then they just, pick them up for whatever reason they want, rough them up, and say, we found this on you, and you're going to go to jail, or you can do this for us. And they've been doing that for decades, and so now they've got entire armies of people that will do whatever they want. Now, I'm not saying that there's not a lot of people that might have joined in too, but they did it in a way to encourage that. And everything that happened for the most part in those places, the reason the federal government's not cracking down on it is because everything that happened went according to their plan to give them more power in the end. Whereas there was none of that happening in Oregon. There was nothing that they were doing was going to end up with the government getting any kind of a good side out of it, any benefit.
I agree with everything you just said. Wow.
I know this. I have one word. It's called bizarre.
Yep.
It's more bizarre every second. Hey, listen, guys, I'm going to... let's turn this off. You guys make your final statements. Let's get out of here. I'm really tired, and we're not getting we've had, not that you're bad callers, it's just, we just had a few callers. And, and we've not had a lot of, YouTube's not really looking at us right now. Everybody's draining off as well. So, so let's make final statements and get out of here, guys, because I'm tired and I want to go eat some feed. And I really need to sleep for about 150 hours. Area code 814, I need a closing statement and go.
No, just I want to check out your seeds. I ordered my my nurseries, to start putting some seeds in, for the summer. So I hear you saw some seeds. I might check them out.
Well, freedomslips.com. Go over there. We got them there.
All right. Thanks a lot.
All right. Peace out.
Well, yeah, all I'd like to say, folks, is really now's the time to draw within yourself. We all have the essence of the creator spirit within us. We all have that sense of, we've been imposed with all these things from the outside. We've absorbed all these issues that are going on, but now is the time to draw within ourselves, to look to God and say, look, what can I do to make a difference? That's all I can say. And if we individually do that, and find some solace or find some resolve, well, then we're taking a step in the right direction.
Well, definitely. And hey, Harry, you need to tune in to Studio A over at the station proper, because pretty much at midnight most of the week, the Australian flag gets planted over here, and it's all Australians doing everything until morning. So,
cool.
All right. Thank you very much, Harry.
Thanks for having me on your show.
Hey, no problem. All right, Ms. Zip, closing argument, closing statement, go.
I just wanted to thank you very much for letting me get on here as well, and I'll be getting that file over, the torrent file over to you ASAP, and to that end, if at all possible, before you sack out, whatever it takes to get this video to where it's downloadable, as far as just maybe it's just closing it, I'd appreciate it, because I intend on putting this one as the last video before I shut it up.
Yeah, as soon as we get done, I'm going to close it up, and it'll be done and archived.
All right, thank you, sir. Thanks for everything you do.
All right, peace out. All right, folks, that's it. We're done, and I'm tired. And thank you very much. It's been a couple of months of going everywhere, from standing on the edge of my seat to going, what the hell, is anybody going to get anything done? It's been busy. A lot of people go, where's the action? But, this is media. There's a whole lot of hurry up and wait. And I've had many critics. Everybody that's not doing anything is a critic. So, y'all, all you, oh, cool, I'm off Studio A. So all you critics can actually just buck off. Anyway, I'm out of here. Talk to you later. Good night. Bye.